Chapter 374. What's wrong? Qin Yu asked curiously. Qin Yu knew how much Spirit Qi, the purple thunder, divine cloud dragon, and the golden flame, heaven, incinerating dragon needed. Now that there was such a vast amount of Spirit Qi in front of them, they didn't react at all. The divine power in the Spirit Qi makes me very uncomfortable. It seems to be interfering with my bloodline. I'm afraid it's not ordinary divine power. The purple thunder divine cloud dragon said. Is it? Qin Yu sensed it carefully. The dragon bloodline in his body didn't have such a feeling. The divine power in the Spirit Qi had been completely refined by the battle dragon true origin. Qin Yu's cultivation was increasing at an alarming rate. Just in case, it's better not to absorb it. The purple thunder divine cloud dragon advised. Do you feel anything about the dragon Qi and divine power? Qin Yu put the purple thunder divine cloud dragon and the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon into the chaotic dragon realm. He looked at the skeleton ghost king, whose bones were glowing after absorbing the blood Qi. I don't feel anything. The skeleton ghost king shook its head after absorbing the blood Qi. However, the skeleton ghost king wasn't interested in absorbing the Spirit Qi. Its combat power came from the strength of the barbarian god emperor's body. It didn't take the path of spirit refinement. No matter how much Spirit Qi it absorbed, it couldn't strengthen the barbarian god emperor's body. Qin Yu thought for a while and started cultivating again. After all, both the Spirit Qi and divine power had been completely integrated by the battle dragon true origin. Even if the divine power was strange, it didn't matter. After cultivating for a while, Qin Yu opened his eyes and stood up helplessly. This deep valley was at least 1,000 miles wide. The entire space of Aomphalos was filled with dense, tide-like liquid spiritual energy. Even with Qin Yu's terrifying cultivation speed, it would take at least half a month for him to absorb all the Spirit Qi. Sky swallowing array. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu's eyes lit up and he opened his hands. Mysterious spirit inscriptions rose from the spirit array disc in his left hand. Godly light flickered on his right palm as he executed the heavens War Emperor transformation. An ancient cauldron appeared. He clasped his hands together, and the ancient cauldron immediately fused with the profound spiritual patterns. Shortly after, Qin Yu let out a low roar. The ancient furnace formation rotated and flew into the sky. The lid of the ancient furnace opened, and a heaven-devouring power erupted from within. In an instant, the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth that filled the deep valley was crazily devoured by the ancient furnace. That devouring speed was like a giant whale swallowing the sea. The heaven-swallowing formation swallowed up the heaven-swallowing formation at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for the outside world, no one knew that the extraterritorial demon race had invaded the 4 black tortoise worlds. This was related to the face of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Naturally, the Heavenly Emperor Palace would not tell them too much. However, the Heavenly Emperor Palace did not know because they had concealed the invasion of the extraterritorial demon race. As a result, the other forces did not know that the extraterritorial demon race had already found a way to invade. Therefore, in the near future, the entire heavenly realm would be dragged into turmoil by the extraterritorial demon race. After returning from the 4 black tortoise world, Qin Yu entered seclusion again. This time, he entered the ancient seal of the dragon god and absorbed the massive amount of heaven and earth Spirit Qi sealed in the sky-devouring cauldron with the help of the dragon soul's tenfold speed. The spiritual state battle ranking would be held in about 20 days. Qin Yu wanted to increase his cultivation strength before participating in the battle ranking. This way, he wouldn't be able to challenge those at a higher level than him on the battle ranking. The atmosphere in the 4 realms of the spiritual state became heated as the spiritual state battle ranking drew closer. The geniuses of the spiritual state battle ranking rubbed their fists and palms together, ready to shine in the spiritual state battle ranking. Of course, apart from the fame, there was another important reason why the spiritual state battle ranking could make all the geniuses of the spiritual state excited. Only the top 20 geniuses of the spiritual state battle ranking were qualified to participate in the heavenly list battle of the 9 states. The 9 states of the heavenly realm were the East Continent, the South Continent, the West Continent, the North Continent, the Central Continent, the Barren Continent, the Spiritual State, the Demon State, and the Godly Land. The East Continent and the South Continent belonged to humans. The West Continent and the North Continent belonged to demons. The Central Continent was where the godly fortune veins of the heavenly realm were located, and it was called the Small Heavenly Realm. The Barren Continent was home to countless ancient beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The spiritual state was connected to the extraterritorial battlefield, and there were masters of all races. The demon state was where the ancient demons used to be, but after the war with the ancient demons, the demon state had basically fallen. In the history of the heavenly realm, all the powerful figures who had ascended to godhood had died in the godly land. There were countless ancient relics and miracles there, so it was called the godly land. In his previous life, Qin Yu had died in the godly land. The heavenly list battle of the 9 states was a battle between geniuses of the younger generation in the 9 states of the heavenly realm. Unlike the spiritual state battle ranking, this battle wasn't just a simple ranking of geniuses. The heavenly list battle of the 9 states was held in the central state. The best of the heavenly list battle ranking would obtain the power of providence of the central state's godly range. Chapter 375. According to ancient records, the divine vein of fortune in the middle state seemed to have the power to change the Tao of fortune. The higher the rank of the genius on the heaven ranking, the more divine vein fortune they would receive. It wasn't just empty talk that more Qilin talents came from the middle state. In the history of the heaven domain, all the geniuses who rose in the heaven ranking battle, as long as they didn't die, they would become the peak experts of the heaven domain. This was also the main reason why Qin Yu wanted to participate in the spiritual state battle ranking. Very few people had seen the divine vein of fortune in the middle state, but Qin Yu was one of them. In his previous life, he had thought that the divine vein of fortune was a dragon vein and wanted to use a secret technique to imprison it. In the end, he ended up seriously injured and his fortune seemed to have been damaged. Since then, he had been unlucky for more than 10 years. But now the situation was different. Although Qin Yu didn't have the cultivation of his previous life, he had obtained the heaven-seizing fortune technique. With the power of the fortune immortal seal, he might be able to directly plunder the power of the divine vein of fortune. The divine vein of fortune that gathered hundreds of millions of living beings in the 9 provinces of the heaven domain. Even if he could only plunder a little, to Qin Yu, it would definitely benefit him greatly. Rumble. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, Qin Yu formed seals with his hands. The 55 partial dragon veins in his body trembled. The pores all over his body were like bottomless pits as they crazily devoured the torrent like boundless spiritual energy. The battle dragon true energy in Qin Yu's body rapidly increased. However, this sort of sudden increase was only after Qin Yu had refined it several times. He had been steadily refining it. Time slowly passed. Only after nearly a month had passed in the ancient divine dragon seal space did Qin Yu manage to completely refine all of the spiritual energy that was as vast as the ocean. His cultivation had also increased greatly. From the initial rank 1 Martial Emperor, he had advanced to the late rank 2 Martial Emperor. And this was also the reason why Qin Yu had focused on his foundation and didn't blindly increase his cultivation. Otherwise, with the boundless spiritual energy, it was possible for him to directly advance to the rank 3 Martial Emperor realm. As his cultivation increased, the power of the 9 secrets of the battle dragon and the dragon clan's secret techniques naturally increased. Qin Yu's strength had a small leap and couldn't be underestimated. However, suddenly, Qi Yu, who had a smile on his face, had a slight change in expression. He discovered that there was an indistinct mark in his dantian. That mark didn't have any energy fluctuations. If not for the fact that Qi Yu's battle dragon true essence was incomparably pure, he might not have been able to discover it. Divine power? After sensing it carefully, Qi Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. That mark was actually condensed from the divine power that Qi Yu had refined. However, Qi Yu clearly remembered that he had completely refined all of the divine power. There was no reason for there to be divine power residue left in his body. Fluctuations of divine power? Have you switched to the primordial Tao of divine power? At this moment, an extremely surprised voice sounded. The dragon's soul had finished refining the dragon Qi and ended its seclusion. The dragon soul's cultivation had also advanced to the martial emperor realm. His enormous dragon body grew even more muscular, and the divine patterns of lightning could be faintly seen on his pitch-black dragon scales. After absorbing the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's dragon blood, the dragon soul also obtained some of the dragon's lightning power. Dragon soul, do you have any reaction to this divine imprint? He recalled the disgust he felt when the purple thunder divine firmament dragon and the golden flame heavenly burning dragon appeared. However, the skeleton ghost king didn't react to him, so Qi Yu asked the dragon soul. If the dragon soul also existed, then this ancient divine power would only repel the dragon race. Yes, the aura of that divine power does give me a very uncomfortable feeling. How should I put it? It's as if someone is secretly watching you. It's very eerie. After the dragon's soul finished speaking, it was stunned for a moment. You don't have evil spirit divine power, do you? The primordial divine power was formed from the purest power of faith. That was why divine power was only born in the early days of the ancient era. Following the destruction of the ancient times, the martial arts civilization was broken. At the beginning of the ancient era, people did not know martial arts. They believed in their own gods and sought protection. The more devout one's faith was, the stronger their divine power would be. However, as the martial arts multiplied and developed, the mysterious veil of the gods was exposed, and they were no longer unreachable. In an era where everyone practiced martial arts, naturally no one would believe in the gods anymore. Thus, the primordial divine power disappeared. However, the inheritance of divine power had been passed down, and many factions would secretly tinker with it. However, the power of faith was too little, and the effect was not great. However, this didn't mean that divine power was inferior to true essence. On the contrary, the power of the primordial divine power was above true essence. However, due to the general trend of the world, divine power could only gradually disappear. Normally speaking, divine power was born from a devout heart, so it was pure and sacred. However, there were also some branches in the primordial divine power that established other orthodoxies. The evil spirit god was a famous evil spirit god in the primordial divine power era. The evil spirit god used resentment, hatred, and other evil powers to form evil spirit divine power. To date, evil spirit divine power was one of the most vicious powers. This is not evil spirit divine power. Qi Yu shook his head slightly. He had once killed a sentient evil spirit totem and had seen evil spirit divine power. If this thing was evil spirit divine power, then Qi Yu definitely wouldn't have refined and absorbed it. Dragon capturing hand. After thinking for a while, Qi Yu formed a hand seal with both hands, and a clear dragon roar came from the main dragon vein. Immediately after, a hand formed by dragon Qi entered his dantian and restrained the imprint. That imprint seemed to have sensed danger and trembled slightly. Pure divine power rippled out from it. However, in front of the primordial battle dragon art's secret technique, it didn't last long before it was extracted from his dantian. After a while, Qi Yu opened his right hand and looked down at the indistinct divine power mark in his palm. Qin Yu originally wanted to completely extract this mark from his body. However, for some reason, as long as that mark was extracted from his body, it would automatically dissipate and reappear in his dantian. Qin Yu thought for a while and closed his eyes. Origin soul power appeared in his soul sea and seeped into that divine power mark. Boom! At the moment of contact, a strange divine power was suddenly released. Qin Yu's origin soul power was directly drawn into a vast and boundless divine power world. In front of this divine power world, anyone would feel as small as an ant. Even Qin Yu couldn't help but feel this way. However, Qin Yu had now recovered to the martial emperor realm. This sort of insignificant thought was immediately erased by Qin Yu the moment it appeared in his mind. He was the mighty dragon god sovereign, an existence who had fought in the heaven region in the past and whose name had spread far and wide. How could he feel insignificant in front of mere divine power? Boom! As if sensing the change in Qin Yu's state of mind, a divine power descended, as if heaven and earth were pressing down at this moment. In the void in front of Qin Yu, an illusory figure of a god appeared. The illusory figure of that god couldn't be seen clearly, but it didn't seem to be of the human race. The divine power pressure it emitted was also extremely terrifying. Become my servant, inherit my power, and pass on my divine power. A thought spread out from that illusory figure of the god. Become your servant? Qin Yu was slightly stunned and then laughed. A god illusory figure, whose spirituality had almost completely dissipated, actually dared to say such arrogant words and ask him to be his servant? Chapter 376. If you don't want to, then die. Another thought appeared in the shadow of the deity. At the same time, a vast and terrifying power suddenly bombarded Qin Yu's origin source soul power. Qin Yu's origin source soul power was severely shaken, and his body was severely injured. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What's going on? The dragon's soul was shocked. Its dragon patterns glowed, and it immediately turned into a soul and entered the deity projection. As expected of the ancient era's deity. In the deity projection, Qin Yu, whose soul power was injured, looked at the deity projection with a hint of arrogance. His cultivation had recovered to the martial emperor realm, and his soul power was also in the void space. After devouring those martial emperor's emperor souls, it condensed into an emperor's soul again. However, even with this being the case, in that instant earlier, Qin Yu was still unable to withstand the attack from that deity's silhouette. Unfortunately, this is no longer your era. However, Qin Yu was able to sense a trace of unconcealable weakness from that deity's silhouette's attack earlier. The power of the deity projection had been greatly weakened. Deity. After the dragon soul came in and saw the deity projection, it suddenly understood. No wonder Qin Yu was injured. Kill him. Seeing the dragon's soul come in, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Without any nonsense, his origin source soul power immediately rushed out, no matter where the deity projection came from. Since it had attacked, there was no need to show mercy. Roar! The dragon's soul roared. In the battle between the soul bodies, the dragon's soul was like a fish in water, and it rushed out with a terrifying dragon aura. You dare to resist my deity projection? Die! An enormous palm appeared on that deity's silhouette. Like a mountain, it was moving toward Qin Yu and the dragon's soul to suppress them. Let's see if you can kill me, or if I can refine you today. Qin Yu laughed and used a series of destructive soul Dao secret techniques, one after another. The dragon's soul's body glowed, and streams of dragon aura condensed into ancient space-time runes. They cooperated with Qin Yu's attacks and bombarded out continuously. Rumble! The giant palm made of divine power was abruptly shattered. The fierce battle between the three caused the place to tremble vigorously. Countless cracks spread across the place. The entire divine power world was on the verge of collapse, as if it could shatter at any moment. He is indeed bluffing. Qin Yu's attacks became even more ferocious, and the god's phantom grew weaker and fainter. Space rend. The dragon's soul swung its tail like a shinran and tore apart the void without any warning. The deity's phantom was cut in half at the waist. It was severely injured and was about to dissipate. Swallow. Qin Yu sensed it in an instant, and his soul power transformed into a giant dragon that directly devoured and refined the god's projection. How is it? After the god-suppressing shadow came out of the godly power world, the god-suppressing shadow came out. When the dragon's soul saw Qin Yu suddenly open his eyes, it couldn't help but ask. As expected, he can control divine power. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face as he moved his right hand. The god's mark that had originally dissipated condensed, and a weak wave of divine power was emitted. Unfortunately, there was too little divine power, and it was of little use. By the way, Dragon Soul, was the move you used just now a space superpower? Qin Yu withdrew the god's mark in his palm and asked the Dragon Soul. Although a martial artist's attack was strong enough to tear apart the void, it couldn't control the appearance of the spatial crack. As long as one's perception was sensitive enough, one could avoid the spatial crack in advance before it appeared. However, the Dragon Soul's attack just now had caused the spatial crack to appear without any warning. It was obvious that it had grasped the power of deep space. That's right. The dragon's soul grinned and turned into its human form. Its right hand pointed in the air, and a spatial crack less than 5 feet long appeared in the void. Although the dragon soul's natal superpower was a space-time superpower, it could only be used simply in the past, and it had no deep understanding of it at all. Until now, when its cultivation had advanced to the martial emperor realm, its dragon body had undergone a transformation. The dragon soul's understanding of space-time superpower had taken a leap. The dragon soul's new superpower was called Space Rend. Within a range of 500 feet, the dragon soul could tear apart space at will. However, it could only tear 10 at most at a time. However, even with these two conditions, the power of this space-splitting divine ability was still extremely terrifying. If the dragon soul's cultivation was stronger, it might even be able to defeat Emperor Realm Masters. After solving the problem of the divine mark, Qin Yu came out of the ancient dragon seal and went to the temple of Heavenly Imperial Palace. The upper echelons of Heavenly Imperial Palace were still busy with the 4 black tortoise realms and the other affiliated martial realms. They sent out many Emperor Realm Elders and a large number of martial emperors to investigate the traces of the extraterritorial demon race. The younger generation of Heavenly Imperial Palace was preparing for the Spirit State War ranking. In recent years, the gap in the younger generation of Heavenly Imperial Palace was serious. In the last Spirit State War ranking, only Sun Shiyu from Heavenly Imperial Palace made it to the war ranking. If Sun Shiyu hadn't made it to the top 50 of the war ranking, Heavenly Imperial Palace's reputation as a top force would have been greatly affected. There were countless forces in the 4 regions of the Spirit State, but there were only 7 top forces. In order to judge a top force, in addition to the presence of a top Emperor Realm Master, the younger generation was also an important reference. If there were outstanding talents in the sect, they wouldn't appear like spring bamboo after the rain. Then, even if the sect's strength didn't weaken, it would be overtaken by other forces and lose its former status. If one stayed in the same place and the other kept getting stronger, the gap would naturally widen. Therefore, the stronger the foundation of a force, the more it would pay attention to the cultivation of the younger generation. Sure, Jingtian, Shi Han Yuan, and Sun Yuan were the new talents that were cultivated after Sun Shiyu. Originally, with the aptitude of the 3 of them, they could be considered extraordinary geniuses. But unfortunately, with Sun Shiyu in front of them, they were completely overshadowed. When outsiders mentioned Heavenly Imperial Palace, they would only think of Sun Shiyu. Of course, Qin Yu was a complete exception. The Southern Region God Dynasty Martial Meat Battle and the trip to the Fiend Demon Sea made him the focus of many great forces in the southern region. The outside world's evaluation of Qin Yu was already on par with Sun Xiu. Shen Feng. As soon as Qin Yu arrived at the sacred palace, he met the young martial ancestors of heavenly imperial palace. Other than Sun Xiu, Shi Jingtian, Shi Hunyuan, and Sun Yuan who Qin Yu had seen before. There were also 4 unfamiliar young men whose cultivation had reached the martial emperor realm. They should be the descendants of the generals. Rank 2 martial emperors. Sun Xiu, who is greeting Qin Yu, suddenly freezes. She is somewhat stupefied. Didn't they say that Qin Yu had just reached the martial emperor realm? No way. Shi Jingtian was even more incredulous. When they went to the 4 black tortoise realm, Qin Yu had indeed just reached the martial emperor realm. It had only been a few days, but he had broken through another level. Since when was the martial emperor realm so easy to cultivate? You're here for the spiritual state battle ranking? Qin Yu glanced at them. Their cultivation was at the rank 4 martial emperor realm. They should be the top talents of the younger generation of heavenly imperial palace. Coming together at this time should be related to the spiritual state battle ranking. That's right. Sun Xiu came back to her senses and nodded. Good, let's go together. Qin Yu said. Chapter 377. Together? You also want to participate in the spiritual state tournament? Sun Xiu was stunned again. Shi Jingtian and the others were even more surprised. Even if Qin Yu's cultivation had broken through again, he was only a grade 2 martial emperor. With such cultivation, he wanted to participate in the spiritual state tournament? Wasn't that just looking for a beating? Although the spiritual state tournament only allowed those of the younger generation who had reached the martial emperor realm to participate, one had to know that all the geniuses who had participated in the spiritual state tournament were all grade 4 martial emperors. Even a monstrous genius like Sun Xiu had to wait until she reached grade 4 martial emperor to participate in the spiritual state tournament. Qin Yu was only a grade 2 martial emperor, but he wanted to participate. Just how much confidence did he have in his own strength? Qin Yu nodded slightly. He did not say anything about the astonishment of Sun Xiu and the others. Shortly after, the group entered the sacred palace together. Inside the sacred palace, there were 5 figures. Palace Master Shi Tiangang, Emperor-grade artifact Refiner Sun Yunling, and 3 others. Qin Yu had never seen them before, but they were not ordinary Emperor Realm Masters. Their auras were as vast as the sea. Grade 2 Martial Emperor Realm. Seeing Qin Yu, Sun Xiu, and the others enter together, Shi Tiangang and the others' expressions changed slightly. They could also see that Qin Yu's cultivation had broken through again. Sun Yunlang and the others exchanged glances. It seemed that the rumors outside were true. The Emperor's inheritance in the void space was indeed obtained by Qin Yu. However, they didn't reveal anything. If Qin Yu could obtain it, it was Qin Yu's opportunity. Naturally, they would not be jealous or greedy. Shinfeng, why are you here? Shi Tiangang asked. Palace Master, I want to participate in the spiritual state tournament. Qin Yu said directly. Spiritual state tournament. Shi Tiangang was slightly stunned. Sun Yunlang and the others did not expect Qin Yu to make such a request. Shinfeng, you are talented, but your cultivation strength is not high enough. Don't worry. The next spiritual state battle ranking list will be your time to shine. Shi Tiangang revealed a smile on his face. He wasn't just saying this out of politeness. They had all witnessed Qin Yu's cultivation speed. His aptitude was not inferior to Sun Xiu's. With Sun Xiu and Qin Yu, Imperial Palace of the Heavenly Emperor would be able to sweep the spiritual state battle rankings in the next competition. Just like the 10,000 martial sect, Ancient Cold Island, and their sworn enemy, the sacrificial evil god dynasty. I'm confident that I can win this battle. Palace Master, please agree. Qin Yu said again. This brat is quite arrogant. To be able to kill those brats from the sacrificial evil god dynasty, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. In the void space, he had such combat strength because of the power of Taoist spells. However, the spiritual state battle ranking list can't rely on external forces. Sun Yunlang and the others secretly communicated with each other. If so, you can come with us. But remember, don't force yourself. In the past competitions of the spiritual state battle ranking list, there have been many cases of serious injuries and even deaths. Seeing Qin Yu's serious expression, Shi Tiangang, Sun Yunlang, and the others agreed after discussion. It was good to let Qin Yu challenge the battle ranking list. After all, he would stand on that stage sooner or later. Thank you, Palace Master. Qin Yu smiled. I asked you to come because the spiritual state battle ranking list will begin in 12 days. This is the information about the potential talents of each force. Go back and study it carefully. As Shi Tiangang spoke, many crystals flew to Qin Yu, Sun Shiyu, and the others. This was the information collected by Imperial Palace of the Heavenly Emperor. Of course, there would be more people participating in the spiritual state battle ranking list. After all, there could be hidden geniuses in all the major forces. But relatively speaking, those people would have more chances to fight, and they were also powerful. Knowing their information would give him a certain advantage against Sun Shiyu and the others in battle. In the last spiritual state battle ranking list, only Shiyu made it to the battlefield. This year, I hope that 5 of you can make it to the battle ranking list. Shi Tiangang looked at Shi Jingtian and the others solemnly. Sun Shiyu was definitely famous in the spiritual state battle ranking list. He just wanted to see if she could make it to the top 20 and get a place on the heaven ranking list of the 9 states. The most important thing was Shi Jingtian and the others. Yes, Shi Jingtian and the others felt the pressure. Although they hadn't participated in the spiritual state battle ranking list, they had seen it before. All the young talents of the spiritual state gathered, and it wasn't easy to stand out. Go back and prepare. Hearing Shi Jingtian's words, Qin Yu, Sun Shiyu, and the others all left the palace. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the spiritual state battle ranking list would begin in 2 days. Shi Tiangang led more than 100 young talents of the Heavenly Imperial Palace out of the Heavenly Imperial Palace by teleportation. The spiritual state battle ranking list would be held in Skychi City, which was located at the intersection of the 4 regions of the spiritual state. Skychi City was an ancient city from the prehistoric times, and it was filled with extremely terrifying barriers and restrictions all year round. It would only be open during the spiritual state battle ranking list. In other words, the spiritual state battle ranking list would only be held when Skychi City opened. This rule had been passed down since the prehistoric times. Countless warriors would study the barriers and restrictions in Skychi City every year, but they didn't find anything. According to the time, it should be open soon. At this moment, countless warriors had gathered outside Skychi City, which was thousands of kilometers away. Only those top powers would know when Sky Chilin City's enchantment would disappear. Ordinary warriors could only estimate the time based on the time of the last spiritual state battle ranking list. Rumble. Suddenly, countless claps of thunder appeared in the sky. It was as if ancient war drums were being beaten. Soon after, a terrifying ancient murderous aura descended with a loud bang. However, the sky above Skychi City was still clear without any abnormalities. It was as if the thunderous sounds and murderous aura had descended directly from the prehistoric times. Countless cultivators trembled, and those whose Tao hearts were unstable even showed signs of their cultivation regressing. The barrier is going to disappear. Some warriors exclaimed excitedly, "Crack! Crack!" Sure enough, the thunderous sounds gradually faded away, and the murderous aura quietly dispersed. The 12 city gates of Skychi City slowly opened, and an aura that had been sealed for countless years swept out from Skychi City. However, the cultivators gathered outside the city entered the ancient city in an orderly manner. There was not the slightest bit of disturbance. Although the barrier had disappeared, the restrictions in the city still lingered in the air. There were only 10 battle arenas in the city where one could fight. If one fought in other places in the city, they would be directly killed by the restrictions in the city. In this place, even sovereigns had to restrain their arrogance. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening beast roar appeared in the distant sky. The warriors in the city looked over and saw a golden carriage pulled by 5 huge black tigers that were dozens of feet long. They had a mighty aura, ancient mutated beasts, heavenly fighting demonic tigers. The sage divine dynasty is here. Seeing the 5 huge black tigers, the warriors in the city immediately recognized them. These 5 heavenly fighting demonic tigers were pure ancient mutated beasts. When they grew up, they could rival sovereigns. To be able to use 5 such mutated beasts to pull a carriage, the Shangxia Divine Dynasty's foundation was undoubtedly revealed. Chapter 378. However, the chariot of the Saint Divine Dynasty stopped a few hundred feet away from Skychi City. A group of people with extraordinary auras came out of the golden chariot and walked into Skychi City. The sage great emperor actually came in person. The crown prince, Zhou Yuanwu, and the second princess, Zhou Jianian, have become more and more unfathomable. In the last leaderboard battle, Zhou Yuan was named one of the 4 great saints and was ranked in the top 50. The second princess, Zhou Jianian, was ranked 31st. I wonder how many people from the Saint Divine Dynasty will make it to the leaderboard this time. Can Zhou Yuan and Zhou Jianian make it to the top 20? Although many of the top 20 in the last leaderboard will not participate in the spiritual state leaderboard battle because of their age, I think it will be difficult for Zhou Yuan and Zhou Jianian to make it to the top 20. The martial artists in the city saw the arrival of the people from the Saint Divine Dynasty and started to discuss. The Tianyang sacred ground is here. The Saint Tang Mingxin ranked 47th in the last leaderboard. He was born with a fire divine body and is one of the 4 great saints. Jin Wushuang, ranked 25th in the last leaderboard, is a popular genius who will fight for the top 20 this time. Jin Wushuang is already 28 this year. If he can't make it to the top 20 this year, I'm afraid he won't have the chance to participate in the 9 states leaderboard and fight with the top geniuses of the 9 states. Is that why Tang Mingxin, who is only 24 years old, was named the saint? Tang Mingxin was born with a fire divine body and is so young. His future achievements will be above Jin Wushuang. A 3-legged golden crow, covered in purple and gold flames, flew over. It was the Tianyang sacred ground. Whoosh! Behind the Tianyang sacred ground, a starlight flashed across the sky. In the next moment, a group of people appeared in Skychi City as if they had teleported. Emperor Tian Shao, Heavenly Imperial Palace. The great saint, Sun Xiu, ranked in the top 50 in the last leaderboard. She is known as the top genius of the northern region. Heavenly Imperial Palace failed in the last leaderboard. Only Sun Xiu made it to the leaderboard. As one of the 7 top forces, they should show their strength this time. Hey, isn't that Shen Feng, who was the talk of the Heavenly Imperial Palace a while ago? Rumor has it that in the Void Dimension he inherited the sovereign's Dao and killed a group of geniuses from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Shen Feng is a nobody. However, judging from the martial gathering in the southern region divine dynasty and the empty space, I'm afraid he's a genius secretly cultivated by the Heavenly Emperor Palace. It's said that his talent is not below that of Sun Xiu. I wonder if it's true. If it's true, then Shen Feng probably has the emperor physique, like Sun Xiu. Sure, Tiangang led Qin Yu, Sun Xiu, and the others into the ancient city, ignoring the heated discussions around them. Another power is here. It's the sacrificial evil god court. Crown Prince Kong Bitao is ranked 25 on the battle ranking. After killing the direct descendant of the evil sovereign, he should be able to make it into the top 10 after 3 years. Zhang Qingtian killed the last disciple of the evil sovereign and was conferred the title of God's Son. He was ranked 18th in the last battle ranking. This time, he should have no problem getting into the top 10. Following closely behind the heavenly imperial palace was the sacrificial evil god court. A cold and evil aura swept across the city. Only when the sacrificial evil god court was far away did the martial artists in the city dare to talk about it. After entering Sky Chi City, the people of the heavenly imperial palace and the sacrificial evil god court looked at each other with hostility. The conflict between the heavenly imperial palace and the sacrificial evil god court was getting more and more intense. If it wasn't for Sky Chi City, a war would have broken out. Whoosh! A ray of green light pierced through the sky, and a unicorn surrounded by green divine light appeared. The Xianyuan family is here. Young Master Xianyuan Wentian, one of the 4 great saints. He was ranked 40 in the last battle ranking and is known as the most talented of the 4 great saints. Xianyuan Chixing, ranked 21st in the last battle ranking. Like Zhang Qingtian and Jin Wushuang, he won't be able to participate in the spiritual state battle ranking after this. One of the top 7 powers, the Xianyuan family. Ancient Frost Island is here too. Young Master Gohan Mo, ranked 26th in the last battle ranking. He should be able to make it into the top 20 this time. Qi Huanmei, ranked 27th in the last battle ranking. She's also one of the favorites to make it into the top 20. Ancient Frost Island also appeared after the Xianyuan family. Boom! At this moment, an incomparably vast and mighty fighting intent descended. Even the many top factions in the city turned to look in succession. 10,000 martial sect. Among the top 7 forces, they are the most powerful force among the younger generation. Young Master Wan Wuya, the descendant of the ancient godly king. Rumor has it that he has the strongest bloodline of the ancient godly king. He was ranked 8th in the last battle ranking and made it into the 9 states heaven ranking. How terrifying! Wu Wudi, the descendant of the ancient godly king, ranked 11th in the last battle ranking. Unfortunately, he didn't make it into the 9 states heaven ranking. But now that 3 years have passed, he will definitely make it into the 9 states heaven ranking. More importantly, these 2 can participate in the next battle ranking. Their talents are heaven-defying. Exclamations sounded. The arrival of the 10,000 martial sect made the other top forces feel pressured. There was no doubt that Wan Wuya and Wu Wudi were the most likely to win the spiritual state battle ranking this time. Not to mention Sun Xiu, Zhou Yuan, and the other rising geniuses. Even the veteran geniuses, such as Zhang Qingtian, Jin Wushuang, Xianyuan Chixing, and the others, looked a little serious when they saw Wan Wuya and Wu Wudi. After the top 7 forces, the top 10 super forces also arrived. The strength of the younger generation wasn't determined by the forces they belonged to. For example, Yi Tianyu of the Heavenly Spirit God Court, Qian Yeming of the Immeasurable God Court, Xiao Zhenlong of the Saint Origin Sect, and so on. The strength of these geniuses couldn't be underestimated. Many of them had the potential to make it into the top 20 of the battle ranking. In Sky Chi City, Shi Tiangang brought Qin Yu, Sun Xiu, and the others to a palace to stay in. The palaces in the city were ownerless and could be occupied by any force. After settling down in the palace and making arrangements for Qin Yu and the others, Shi Tiangang left. Before the spiritual state battle ranking began, there were many matters that needed to be discussed by the top forces. As soon as Shi Tiangang left, Qin Yu came to the palace and carefully observed the buildings in the city. The moment he entered the city, the celestial creation seal in Qin Yu's soul shook continuously. This surprised Qin Yu, and he didn't understand the reason. Is there something wrong? The dragon soul in the ancient seal of the dragon god asked. The celestial creation seal's reaction is a little strange. Qin Yu couldn't explain what was going on. Ever since the celestial creation seal was formed, it wouldn't have any reaction unless it was plundering the power of providence. But now, why was there such a strong fluctuation in Sky Chi City? Qin Yu had also come to Sky Chi City to take a look out of curiosity in his previous life, but he didn't find anything unusual. As for the restrictions and barriers in the city, they should have been left behind by some ancient almighty. Just as Qin Yu was carefully sensing, his expression suddenly changed, and he tilted his head to look. A figure just happened to walk past the main street, walking towards the palace opposite them. That's a sword scar? Qin Yu was slightly startled. He hadn't seen the sword scar since the 100 martial realm. He didn't expect the sword scar to come to the spiritual state, and his cultivation was already at the high-level martial ancestor realm. Compared to when he was in the 100 martial realm, there was a complete change. However, it wasn't strange that the sword scar's cultivation had undergone such a transformation after receiving the inheritance of the sky-burying sword immortal. Chapter 379. While Qin Yu was sizing up Sword Scar also sensed it and tilted his head to look at Qin Yu. However, Sword Scar did not see through Qin Yu's disguise. After a glance, he withdrew his gaze. Not long after, a figure walked out of the palace. A strange look flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The figure who came out was Yi Xiaoning, who had fought with him before. But to Qin Yu's surprise, Yi Xiaoning seemed to be a completely different person compared to the one he had seen at the martial assembly. His expression became cold, and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. He could not hide his sharpness. When Sword Scar saw Yi Xiaoning, he was extremely excited and bowed respectfully. Yi Xiaoning did not say anything and directly led Sword Scar into the palace. Could it be no way? Seeing that scene, a thought flashed through both Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul's minds. Sword Scar had obtained the inheritance of Buried Sky, Sword Fairy. Yi Xiaoning was a reincarnator, and there was a terrifying sword intent in his body. But now, Sword Scar's attitude toward Yi Xiaoning was so respectful. This made Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul think of a possibility. Could it be that Yi Xiaoning was the reincarnation of the Buried Heaven's Sword Immortal? After this thought appeared, it filled Qin Yu's mind and could not be dismissed. If Yi Xiaoning was just an ordinary prince of the sage divine dynasty, how could he be so respectful? That attitude was like facing an elder. It was definitely not as simple as just following Yi Xiaoning. If Yi Xiaoning was really Buried Sky Sword Fairy, then Master. Qin Yu was a little excited. His master had entered the immortal-seeking ancient road with Buried Sky Sword Fairy, so he must know about his master. Whether he is Buried Sky Sword Fairy or not, I don't think it's the right time to look for him. In contrast, the Dragon Soul was much calmer. No matter how good the relationship between Buried Sky, Sword Fairy, and Qin Yu's master was. However, there was no friendship between the Burying Heaven Sword Immortal and Qin Yu. Qin Yu rashly went to look for Heaven Burying Sword Immortal. Then, Qin Yu's identity would be exposed. Don't worry, I know what to do. Although Qin Yu was quite excited, he did not lose his cool. With Yi Xiaoning's current cultivation in the martial emperor realm, even Sky Burier Sword Deity would find it difficult to recover his peak cultivation in a short period of time. In fact, Qin Yu might even be able to recover his cultivation faster than him. Qin Yu naturally wouldn't act rashly now. Wait, Yi Xiaoning has also reached the martial emperor realm? Qin Yu was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. Yi Xiaoning's temperament had changed greatly. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he had awakened the memories of his previous life. It wasn't a coincidence that he was here. He must be here for the spiritual state battle ranking list. In this way, Qin Yu could determine whether his reincarnated identity was the Sky Burier Sword Celestial or not by watching the battle. with the matter of Yi Xiaoning and the abnormality of the creation immortal seal, Qin Yu temporarily put aside. 2 days passed quickly. Countless warriors of the spiritual state would gather for the spiritual state battle ranking list. Even the forces of the other 8 states would send people to watch it. The geniuses who could make a name for themselves in the spiritual state battle ranking list would have a great reputation in the 9 states of the heaven realm. Rumble. When the 3rd day arrived. In the center of Skychi City, more than 10 ancient battle arenas automatically condensed in the void, emitting an ancient aura. The warriors in the city all sensed it and gathered toward the center of Skychi City. The first to arrive were naturally the top forces of the spiritual state. The area outside the 10 battle arenas was divided into 2 areas. One was for the warriors to watch, and the other was for the candidates of the participating forces. When the torrent-like warriors in the city gathered in the center of the city, those big forces had already appeared in the participating area. Immediately after, the Emperor Realm referees stepped out. There were 11 of them. One of them was the chief referee, and the other 10 were distributed among the 10 battle arenas. The referees of the spiritual state battle ranking list were not from the participating forces. This was the only way to ensure the fairness of the referees. The spiritual state battle ranking list is held every 3 years. I think everyone is familiar with the rules, but this old man will repeat them. Among the 11 Emperor Realm referees, an old man with white hair and a white beard stepped out. His eyes were full of vigor. This white-haired old man was called the Blue Thunder Emperor, and he was a rogue cultivator. The Blue Thunder Emperor was famous in the extraterritorial battlefield, and he had killed countless emperors from the extraterritorial battlefield. Therefore, his reputation in the spiritual state was comparable to that of the leaders of the top forces. As long as the Blue Thunder Emperor was present, he would be invited to be the referee of the spiritual state battle ranking list. The spiritual state battle ranking list was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the elimination round. All the participating geniuses would be assigned to 10 battle arenas. The top 100 of the spiritual state battle ranking list would be selected in the elimination round. In other words, no matter how many people there were in each battle arena, only 10 people could stay. The conditions for staying were determined by the number of victories. The second part was the ranking battle. In this battle, the ranking was also determined by the number of victories. The higher the ranking of the geniuses, the more victories they would have. No one was allowed to take any spirit pills during the competition. The purpose was to prevent people from taking forbidden pills to suddenly increase their cultivation. In addition, warriors were not allowed to use any spirit treasures except for spirit artifacts. For example, Dao arts, spirit talismans, and lethal ancient treasures made by emperors were forbidden. Once found, the referee had the right to suppress them. If someone's life was in danger during the battle, the referee could help. However, once the referee intervened, it was the same as losing the battle. Now, those who have decided to participate in the battle ranking list, come forward to test your bone age and cultivation. After announcing the rules, the Blue Thunder Emperor waved his sleeve. A 3-meter-long crystal tablet appeared and floated in midair. There were numerous ancient divine patterns circling around it, and it was extremely mysterious. Hearing the Blue Thunder Emperor's words, all the participating geniuses leaped out and stood under the crystal spiritual steel. There were more than 2,000 people, which meant that almost all the talents in the spiritual state had gathered here. The surrounding martial artists all exclaimed in bewilderment, "Isn't that Shen Feng from the Heavenly Imperial Palace?" He also jumped out. Does that mean he also wants to participate in the battle ranking list? No way. Isn't his cultivation only at the Nirvana second rotation of the martial ancestor realm? Waves of heated discussion spread among the onlooking martial artists. Among them, there were even more martial artists who had seen Qin Yu in the southern region. Even many of those participating in the battle rankings were looking at Qin Yu with astonishment in their eyes. Could Qin Yu's cultivation have reached the martial emperor realm? Their guess was soon confirmed. The crystal tablet quickly grew to a size of 1,000 feet, and a white light scattered around it. All the geniuses turned into phantoms and floated in the crystal steel. In the phantoms, their bone age and cultivation were clearly revealed. Those whose bone age exceeded the bone age and whose cultivation were not high enough could be seen at a glance. No way. There's actually a purple divine light. Has there ever been such a monster in the history of the spiritual state? However, when the crystal spiritual steel detected the bone age and cultivation of all the geniuses, incredulous exclamations resounded throughout the entire Sky Chi city, whether it was the countless onlookers or the masters of the major forces. Everyone's gazes were filled with shock as they gathered on a figure. That phantoms was Qin Yu's phantoms. Chapter 380. On the crystal steel, Qin Yu's illusory figure was surrounded by a circle of dazzling purple godly light. Aside from Qin Yu's illusory figure, the other young geniuses also had godly lights flickering, but the lights were different. If one looked carefully, they would notice. The godly lights were divided into white, red, cyan, blue, and purple. The white godly light was the dimmest, and the purple godly light was the most intense. However, among the 2,000 young geniuses of the martial emperor realm, only Qin Yu's godly light was dazzling purple. It was like a crane among chickens. In the history of the spiritual state battle ranking, there has never been a purple godly light, right? That's right. This is the strongest godly light in the history of the spiritual state. The blue godly light can surpass 3 levels. The purple godly light can surpass 4 levels. Shen Feng has the battle prowess of a rank 6 martial emperor. What kind of monster did the heavenly imperial palace produce in this generation? Incomparably shocked voices rang out from the crowd of onlookers. The 5-colored godly light could detect a cultivator's potential battle prowess. The stronger the 5-colored godly light, the stronger the potential battle prowess of the cultivator. However, the purple godly light had always been a legend. It had never appeared before. Who would have thought that they would see it on a rank 2 martial emperor today? Purple godly light. Even the master of the heavenly imperial palace, Shi Tiangang, was dumbfounded. At this moment, Shi Tiangang finally understood why Qin Yu was so confident to participate in the spiritual state battle ranking. However, how could Qin Yu have such terrifying potential battle prowess? He was not just on par with Sun Xiu. He was far more powerful than Sun Xiu. Purple godly light. Interesting. The young master of the 10,000 martial sect, the muscular Wanwuya, looked at Qin Yu with great interest. Even when he participated in the spiritual state battle ranking for the first time, the godly light that appeared was not as terrifying as this. Of course, the stronger the 5-colored godly light, the higher the potential battle prowess. However, this was only relative. When Wan Tianya participated in the spiritual state battle ranking for the first time, he was only a rank 3 martial emperor, but his blue godly light had the battle prowess of a rank 6 martial emperor. But now, his divine light was only red in color. This naturally didn't mean that his strength had regressed. This was because in the martial emperor realm, the higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to challenge someone of a higher rank. On the contrary, there were still red divine lights appearing in Wan Tinya. This meant that he still had the battle prowess to fight enemies above his level. His aptitude was terrifying. Killing geniuses is only interesting. Kong Bitao, the crown prince of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, glared at Qin Yu like a venomous snake. No matter how strong Qin Yu's talent was, he was still only a rank 2 martial emperor. When he encountered him on the battle roll, he had plenty of secret techniques that could deal with Qin Yu silently. Even if there was an emperor realm master present, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Since the sacrificial evil god court and the Sky Emperor Palace had fallen out, He did not need to worry about anything. Wen Tian, this man will most probably be your greatest opponent in the future. Xianyuan families, Xianyuan Chixing, said to Xianyuan Wen Tian, I will take first place in the next spiritual state battle ranking list. No one can stop me. Xianyuan Wen Tian, one of the four great saints, said indifferently. Although he had seen Qin Yu's potential, he was still full of confidence. No wonder he could suppress Yi Xiaoning, who has the battle prowess of a martial emperor, during the divine dynasty martial gathering. With his potential, no one in the younger generation of the spiritual state will be able to compete with him in the future. Under numerous shocked gazes, the various large forces and countless spectating cultivators all had different expressions on their faces. Such a peerless genius, aside from being envious and amazed, naturally caused countless people to have thoughts about him. After the bone age and cultivation were checked, the divine light surrounding the phantom on the crystal tablet dissipated, and the numbers appeared behind the phantom. After the light flashed, all the numbers were neatly arranged into 10 groups, corresponding to the 10 arenas. I'm on arena number 10. I'm on arena number 6. Damn, arena number 7 has Wan Wuya, Jin Wushuang, Zhang Qingtian, Kong Bitao. Arena number 4 is also the group of death. Xianyuan Chixing of the Xianyuan family, Qi Huanmei of the ancient Cold Island, Wu Wudi of the 10,000 martial sect, Zhou Jianian of the sage divine dynasty. They're not waiting for the ranking competition. They're letting the geniuses of the last battle ranking list fight each other. It's only the elimination competition now. Even if they meet each other, they'll probably reserve their strength until the ranking competition. Indeed, after all, with the strength of the older generation, it's easy for them to enter the elimination competition. The groups that appeared on the Water Spirit Stone Tablet, the more than 2,000 geniuses, immediately rushed to the waiting area of their respective arenas. Sun Qiyu was on arena number 3, Qin Yu was on arena number 1, and Shi Jingtian was on arena number 5. The three of them didn't meet each other, and there weren't any older geniuses on their arenas. However, Sun Yuanhu, Shi Huanyuan, and the descendants of the 4 generals weren't so lucky. 2 of them were on arena number 4, and the others were on arena number 7. It was difficult to advance. Arena number 4. Before going to the arenas, Qin Yu paid special attention to Yi Xiaoning's arena. Yi Xiaoning was assigned to arena number 4 of the 2 groups of death. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Even if Yi Xiaoning was a reincarnator, he would have to use his full strength to fight against 4 older geniuses. More than 260 geniuses arrived at the arena number 1's waiting area. Although there weren't any older geniuses who could fight for the top 10 in arena number 1. However, there were more than 10 geniuses who were on the battle ranking list. After all the geniuses stepped into their respective waiting areas, the crystal tablet floated in front of the blue lightning arch, the head judge. The numbers on it disappeared and 10 arenas appeared. In the next moment, 2 number plates appeared on each of the 10 battle arenas. Those were the contestants' numbers drawn from the crystal tablet. Whether it was the arenas that the warriors were assigned to or the numbers drawn, the crystal tablet was automatically drawn by the crystal tablet. The crystal spirit steel had automatically selected the spirit stones, and there was no artificial arrangement. In this way, luck accounted for a certain proportion. Just like the number 7 and number 4 battle arena, there were already 4 fewer people who could advance to the next round before the battle even started. More importantly, other than the 4 older geniuses, there were several other geniuses on the battle ranking list. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the group of death for the other geniuses. One had to know that the rules of advancement were that the list was determined by the number of victories. However, the rule of elimination was that one would have a chance of being eliminated after accumulating 10 defeats. Therefore, if they wanted to advance in these 2 arenas, after avoiding the older geniuses, they had to give their all in every battle. Begin. On the 10 battle arenas, the geniuses whose numbers were drawn immediately jumped onto their respective battle arenas. An intense battle immediately began. The violent power of the great Tao raged on the arenas. However, the great Tao of heaven and earth only affected the arenas. It didn't spread out at all. Chapter 381. The two contestants on the first battle stage were both from the Saint Origin sect and the Arhut Palace. Furthermore, the two of them were both new heavenly geniuses. Their cultivations were both rank for martial emperors. But in the fierce battle, after exchanging over 10 moves, the victor was decided. The Saint Origin sect's genius was defeated by the Arhut Palace's genius with a single punch. Although their cultivation was the same, it was clear who was stronger. The second battle. After the first battle, the next battle followed. The two contestants who had just fought quickly recovered from their injuries and cultivation, although they would not be selected again before the end of the next round of battle. In order to fight in the second round of battle, they had to recover to their peak condition. Although it was a battle between martial emperors, the difference in strength was too great. The battle started and ended quickly. One after another, the geniuses were defeated and became famous. The seventh battle, Shinfeng versus Zhugeqing. At this moment, the judge on the first battle stage looked at the crystal tablet and continued to announce the battles. Shinfeng, he is finally going to fight. I wonder if he is worthy of the title of having the greatest potential in history. Although this was another battle between new geniuses, Qin Yu was going to fight. Countless onlookers, including the emperor masters from the top forces, turned to look at them. They all wanted to know if Qin Yu was a rank 2 martial emperor. Was he as strong as the crystal tablet had said? Did he have the potential to surpass one's cultivation? After leaping onto the battle stage, Qin Yu appeared in a vast space. The 10 battle stages were all empty spaces. After all, a battle between martial emperors might not be able to destroy heaven and earth, but it was still possible to overturn rivers and seas. Without enough space, it was impossible to fight. Zhuge family, Zhugeqing, please enlighten me. Qin Yu's opponent was a handsome young man who looked less than 20 years old. However, his cultivation had already reached rank for martial emperor. He was also a talented genius. Heavenly Imperial Palace, Shinfeng. Qin Yu clasped his fist. Boom! After introducing himself, Zhugeqing suddenly burst out, and a group of people rushed out. A terrifying shockwave was born, and the void was faintly torn apart. Zhuge clan's unique skill, God-shattering fist. Qin Yu was not afraid at all. He rushed forward and pointed a finger. A fingerprint of divine light pierced through the air and bloomed with dazzling divine light. The terrifying shockwave was sealed in the void. Seeing this, Zhugeqing was about to retreat, for godly glyphs appeared in the godly light fingerprint and appeared around him like lightning. Zhugeqing's expression changed drastically as his body froze in the void. The sealing divine light could seal a person's soul at the very least, and it could seal heaven and earth at the very most. Qin Yu was still unable to seal the heavens and earth. However, sealing a person's soul was not a difficult task. Shenfeng wins. Seeing that Zhugeqing was unable to break free from the seal, the Emperor Realm Referee immediately declared Qin Yu the winner, suppressing a rank for martial emperor with a single strike. This caused countless spectators to be astonished. Qin Yu's ability to fight enemies of a higher realm was within their expectations. However, with a single strike, he defeated a rank for martial emperor 2 levels above him. This was shocking. That was one of the 3 divine abilities of the Emperor Palace, the sealing divine ability, right? The Zhuge clan's brat actually had his soul sealed. That divine ability cannot be underestimated. However, if Zhugeqing's reaction was faster, he should be able to dodge that sealing divine light, right? It's hard to say. Looking at Shenfeng's appearance, he should not have used his full strength. Countless spectators discussed animatedly. They were quite curious about the sealing divine light that Qin Yu used. Didn't they say that the sealing divine light had already disappeared in the Emperor Palace? How did he do it? Could that brat be a descendant of the ancient, godly emperor? No wonder he has such heaven-defying talent. Compared to the spectators, the top forces of the spiritual state, especially the sacrificial evil god dynasty and other forces that were hostile to the Emperor Palace, they had a better understanding of the Emperor Palace. The reason why the Emperor Palace could be ranked as one of the top forces of the spiritual state was because of the divine abilities passed down by the three ancient godly emperors. They originally thought that the divine abilities of the ancient godly emperors had already disappeared. After all, the Emperor Palace had not been used by anyone for countless years. Who would have thought that Qin Yu, who suddenly rose to prominence, would actually inherit it? Although Qin Yu's victory had attracted a lot of attention. However, as the following battles continued, the spectators' attention was soon diverted. Over 2,000 top geniuses of the spiritual state were fighting on the 10 stages. That level of brilliance had opened the eyes of countless spectators and caused them to cry out in surprise. Sun Xiyu is fighting on stage number 3. Her opponent is Jiang Minyue of the Heavenly Dragon Island, who ranked 32nd in the last battle ranking. Jiang Minyue is a rank 6 martial emperor. Sun Xiyu's cultivation seems to be concealed, and it's hard to sense. However, there shouldn't be much of a difference. I wonder, no way? Jiang Minyue only lasted 3 moves before being defeated? On stage number 3, Sun Xiyu directly crushed a rank 6 martial emperor from the Heavenly Dragon Island. Jiang Minyue's ranking in the last battle ranking was far higher than Sun Xiyu's. However, this time, she was defeated by Sun Xiyu in just 3 moves. As expected of one of the spiritual state's 4 saints, Sun Xiyu's rapid growth was shocking. Stage number 6, Xianyuan Wentian has been selected to fight against Luo Beidu of the Arhut Palace. It seems that there is no suspense in this battle. Indeed, Xianyuan Wentian was ranked 40 last time and Luo Beidu was ranked 97th. The situation was as expected. Xianyuan Wentian did not even use a spirit artifact and easily won. Although Xianyuan Wentian's cultivation was concealed like Sun Xiyu's, Xianyuan Wentian's cultivation was not inferior to Sun Xiyu's. However, it could be seen that Xianyuan Wentian's strength was not below Sun Xiyu's. As for whether he was stronger, it was hard to say. Stage number 2, Tang Mingxin's Golden Crow Divine Flame is too strong. It can be used both offensively and defensively. Stage number 8, Zhou Yuan defeated the top 50 geniuses of the last battle ranking in 5 moves. Heavenly Spirit God Dynasty, Crown Prince Yi Tianyu. Zhuge family, young patriarch Zhuge Chengfeng, Great Spirit Palace, Lingzi Yun Qingxia. Evil God Dynasty's 12th Prince, Kong Minggu, Origin Extreme Sacred Ground, Saintess Yun Qingxia. Immeasurable God Dynasty, Crown Prince Chen Yuming, 1 by 1. The famous geniuses won the battles. These were all the new geniuses of the last battle ranking. They had officially risen in this battle ranking, and when it came to the next battle ranking, it would basically be their world. Yi Xiaoning. While waiting for the numbers to be selected, Qin Yu's expression changed, and his gaze fell on stage number 4. Yi Xiaoning had entered the stage. His opponent was a new genius with the cultivation of a rank 4 martial emperor. Among the 2,000 geniuses, the 2 with the weakest cultivation were Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning. One of them was a rank 2 martial emperor, and the other was a rank 1 martial emperor. In terms of cultivation, they were completely at the bottom. However, in terms of potential, Qin Yu's Purple Divine Light was number 1, and Yi Xiaoning could also be ranked in the top 10. His potential was a Blue Divine Light. However, Qin Yu's light was too dazzling. Almost everyone's attention was on Qin Yu. Only Qin Yu and a few people from the Heavenly Spirit God Dynasty noticed Yi Xiaoning. Chapter 382. A rank 1 martial emperor dares to participate in the spiritual state battle ranking? You can be said to be the first person in history to do so. The rank 4 martial emperor looked at Yi Xiaoning with a smile on his face. To be able to encounter a rank 1 martial emperor on the 4th stage of the death group was equivalent to picking up a point for free. Yi Xiaoning's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stood there with a rusty iron sword in his hand. His expression was cold without the slightest fluctuation. "Begin." The instant the referee spoke, Yi Xiaoning suddenly moved. He was as fast as a ghost as he teleported several hundred meters and charged toward the rank 4 martial emperor. "So fast!" The rank 4 martial emperor was shocked. The boundless, great Tao of heaven and earth exploded from his body and immediately engulfed Yi Xiaoning. What a powerful sword Tao! Seeing this, the Emperor Realm Referee was surprised. Sure enough, in the next instant, a resplendent sword Qi tore through the void. The great Tao of heaven and earth erupted from the rank 4 martial emperor and easily tore it apart like a piece of cloth. Not only that, the rank 4 martial emperor who originally thought that victory was in his grasp was unable to react in time, and his protective barrier was shattered by the sword Qi, causing him to be seriously injured and eliminated. A rank 1 martial emperor defeated a rank 4 martial emperor with a single strike. Damn, where did that brat come from? He actually has such heaven-defying battle strength. Yi Xiaoning, the prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty. He used to have some fame in the Southern Territory, but that was all. I didn't expect him to be so powerful after reaching the martial emperor realm. He defeated a rank 4 martial emperor with a single strike. I'm afraid he has the battle strength of a rank 5 martial emperor. First, there was the crown prince Yi Tianyu. Now, there's the monster Yi Xiaoning. If the heavenly spirit god dynasty continues like this, it's very possible for it to become the 8th peak power. This Yi Xiaoning's potential is likely on par with Qin Feng. No, it might even surpass Qin Feng. Yi Xiaoning was like a dark horse that appeared out of nowhere. He became famous in a single battle and shocked countless people. Even the older generation of geniuses were extremely shocked. It wasn't that they hadn't seen people who could defeat people with higher cultivation than them. However, to be able to defeat so many people with higher cultivation as a rank 1 martial emperor was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It's not the 3 buried heaven styles. Could it be that he isn't the reincarnation of the buried heaven sword immortal? Qin Yu's eyebrows slightly raised. The power of Yi Xiaoning's sword Tao was indeed extremely terrifying. However, it was not the heaven-burying 3 moves of the heaven-burying immortal sword. It was not even the heaven-burying sword Tao that the heaven-burying sword immortal cultivated. Qin Yu had only seen the sky-burying sword immortal once, when he was a martial king. However, he had a deep impression of the heaven-burying sword principle. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu tilted his head and looked at the area of the heavenly spirit god dynasty. Qin Yu's eyes flashed when he saw that the sword mark was full of admiration and even looked at him with yearning. It seemed that he had to wait and see before making a decision. Yi Xiaoning's appearance caused an uproar once again. A rank 1 martial emperor had surpassed rank 3 martial emperors and defeated a rank 4 martial emperor with a single move. Even in the history of the spiritual state, this was a brilliant battle record. For a moment, Yi Xiaoning's limelight was even above Qin Yu's. The first elimination round of the 10 arenas was over in a flash. More than 20 battles were over in a flash. The second round began, and the geniuses who had won the first round continued to win easily. In this round, there were no more dark horses, but there were no geniuses who failed either. Wan Tianya and the other veteran geniuses didn't even need to go on stage as their opponents admitted defeat. No one would embarrass themselves in a battle where they had no chance of winning. If they were unlucky and were seriously injured, it would be a huge loss. Then the 3rd round, the 4th round, the 5th round. After half a day, the 10 rounds of battles ended, and the first batch of eliminated geniuses appeared. At this stage, The battles on the various combat arenas had clearly become more and more intense. For some people, even if they encountered the older generation of sky prides, they were not afraid to challenge them. They came to participate in the battle rankings with a mentality of fighting against the top geniuses. Naturally, they wouldn't admit defeat again. No matter how intense the battles were, they ended rather quickly. If it was a life and death battle, they could still escape if they couldn't win. However, in the arenas, it was either victory or defeat. No one would do something as embarrassing as running away when they couldn't win. The scorching sun set in the west and night fell. However, under the divine ability of an Emperor Realm Master, the area within 10,000 miles of Skychi City was as bright as day. At this moment, the 20th round of battles ended, and more geniuses were eliminated. The 11th match of the 29th round, Shen Feng versus Xiao Jinlong. After a series of exciting battles, another battle that attracted a lot of attention was about to take place. Qin Yu was drawn. His opponent was finally no longer a match for the newcomers. Xiao Jinlong was the eldest disciple of one of the 10 superpowers, the Saint Origin sect. In the previous battle rankings, Xiao Jinlong obtained the 45th rank with his cultivation of a rank 5 martial emperor. In the previous battles, Xiao Jinlong, like Qin Yu, swept through all his opponents. He was also one of the most popular candidates for the top 10 spots on the first arena. Xiao Jinlong's cultivation has indeed reached rank 6 martial emperor. In 3 years, he crossed the dividing line of rank 5 martial emperor and entered rank 6 martial emperor. Xiao Jinlong's battle power has definitely taken a huge leap. This way, we can see Shen Feng's true battle power. I wonder if the purple divine light's strongest potential can be passed. Countless onlookers watched with great interest. Even the other participating geniuses shifted their gazes to look at the two of them. A rank 6 martial emperor could be considered one of the top geniuses in the spiritual states battle rankings. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Jinlong's ranking would be in the top 30 this time. What? Do you think you have a chance of winning against me? Xiao Jinlong crossed his arms and looked at Qin Yu arrogantly. Qin Yu's title of having the strongest potential in history didn't scare him. On this martial stage, one's talent wasn't important. The reason why Sun Xiu and the other 3 were named the 4 great saints in the previous battle rankings was because of their talent. Apart from their talent, it was also because they entered the top 50 of the battle rankings. Otherwise, the title of 4 great saints wouldn't belong to them. And judging from Qin Yu's 20-odd battles, Xiao Jinlong could tell that. Qin Yu relied on his comprehension of the Tao of extreme speed and the divine ability of sealing. Naturally, Xiao Jinlong didn't put Qin Yu in his eyes. You? If I can't even defeat you, I wouldn't have come to the spiritual states battle rankings. Qin Yu smiled faintly. He didn't take Xiao Jinlong seriously at all. Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some talent. In this world, only strength is absolute. Talent is just talent. Xiao Jinlong's eyes twitched, and a violent aura surged. Boom! Immediately, a golden staff appeared in Xiao Jinlong's hand. The staff pierced through the air and smashed toward Qin Yu with the force of a thunderbolt. Qin Yu wasn't afraid at all. He used the Tao of extreme speed and turned into a beam of light to meet the attack head-on. Seeing this, countless cultivators' eyes narrowed. Was Qin Yu going to meet the attack head-on? Chapter 383. You're overestimating yourself. Xiao Jinlong sneered as the golden staff in his hand glowed with a golden light. A sacred and vast golden shadow appeared on the golden staff, and its power increased by several times. Saint Origin sect's secret technique, Saint Origin Spirit. Xiao Jinlong is using his Saint Origin Spirit. He's going all out. The spectating martial artists recognized the divine golden shadow that Xiao Jinlong used. Bang! Qin Yu collided with Xiao Jinlong. A deafening explosion sounded, and a destructive shockwave spread out. But when the onlookers saw what happened, they were stunned. Xiao Jinlong had used his Saint Elemental Soul to increase the power of his staff, but it was blocked by Qin Yu with a single punch? Is that the immortal god seal? Like Sun Shiyu, this guy has also mastered 2 divine techniques. No wonder he has the strongest potential in history. He's able to face a rank 6 martial emperor head-on. The onlookers exclaimed. On Qin Yu's right fist that he had shot out, a divine seal that was flickering with divine light was condensing. The immortal god seal covered Qin Yu's entire right fist like a shield. It blocked Xiao Zhenlong's staff and didn't crack at all. This made the onlookers, who thought that Qin Yu was weaker than Yi Xiaoning, change their opinion. Without mentioning anything else, merely the strength that Qin Yu displayed right now was definitely enough for him to be ranked in the top 100 of the battle rankings. No, the Immortal Stone Emperor seal might have unparalleled defense, but it can't block all the attacks. Only Shi Tiangang from the Heavenly Imperial Palace saw through it. Xiao Jinlong's attack was blocked by the Immortal Stone Emperor seal. However, there was still a frightening power that bombarded Qin Yu. As for Qin Yu, his body didn't even tremble in the slightest after taking on the remaining power of the attack. The blood and qi in his body were still incomparably powerful. Qin Yu actually also possessed such a level of attainment in body refinement techniques. How is this possible? Of course, Xiao Zhenlong was the one who was most shocked. After using his Saint Origin Spirit, his attack became several times stronger. Unexpectedly, it was easily blocked by Qin Yu. This caused him to feel an indescribable shiver in his heart. You're going to lose. Xiao Zhenlong reacted quickly and was about to attack again. Seal. Qin Yu's right hand changed. The fist cover turned into a divine claw. It suddenly grabbed onto that divine stick. The divine light of the seal shone and sealed the Saint Origin Spirit. Xiao Zhenlong's dragon god tyrannical body made him unable to pull the staff away. You're right. Strength is absolute in this world. Xiao Zhenlong's face. Qin Yu's boom. Boom. Suddenly, Qin Yu's left hand shot out several tens of punches as fast as lightning. Every punch contained an incomparably terrifying slaughter Dao. Xiao Zhenlong's expression changed. He changed his hand seals, and a green shield of the Great Path appeared around him. Although he had been blasted several hundred meters away, his injuries were not very serious. His physical strength has reached several million kilograms. Is he a body cultivator? Xiao Zhenlong was bewildered. His eyes were filled with unconcealable graveness and disdain. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have been defeated. As expected, a rank 2 martial emperor can't defeat a rank 6 martial emperor without using the 9 esoteric battle dragon. Since that's the case, Qin Yu threw away the staff in his hand. Azure dragon marks could be seen in his body. Rank 3 martial emperor. Xiao Zhenlong, who had just summoned the staff back to his side, was shocked. He instantly sensed that Qin Yu's cultivation had increased by a rank. His face turned grave. When he was a rank 2 martial emperor, he was almost defeated by Qin Yu. Now that Qin Yu was a rank 3 martial emperor, an indescribable pressure enveloped Xiao Zhenlong. Could it be that he, the eldest disciple of the Saint Origin sect, was going to be defeated by a newcomer? Boom! The space suddenly exploded. Qin Yu's figure flashed and disappeared. Saint Origin protection. Xiao Zhenlong's face changed. His hair stood on end. He immediately shouted, and his body emitted a golden light. A several-meter-large Saint Chi soul appeared and merged with him. Bang! However, almost at this moment, Qin Yu appeared like a ghost and shot out a punch. Divine light exploded. Xiao Zhenlong felt like he was hit by an ancient beast. The Saint Origin spirit exploded and he was sent flying. Boom! 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 Before Xiao Zhenlong could react, the Saint Origin spirit fist bombarded his body like a meteor shower. Under the Saint Origin spirit fist, Xiao Jinlong's great Tao energy trembled and exploded. He was seriously injured and vomited blood. Xinfeng wins. The Emperor Realm Judge waved his hand and dispersed Qin Yu's attack. He announced the end of the battle. His great Tao energy was destroyed? A Heaven's Pride on the previous battle ranking raised his eyebrows. A rank 3 martial emperor had destroyed the great Tao energy of a rank 6 martial emperor. There was only one possibility for such a situation. Xiao Jinlong had broken through to rank 6 martial emperor with the help of external forces. His foundation was unstable. After this battle, Qin Yu's reputation became even more resounding. Even though Xiao Jinlong had broken through by force, his foundation was unstable. However, he was not faking his cultivation of rank 6 martial emperor. Merely it was an exaggeration. In other words, Qin Yu had the strength to defeat a rank 6 martial emperor. After this battle, the older generation of Heaven's Prides on the previous battle ranking took Qin Yu seriously. They no longer treated Qin Yu as a newcomer with potential. It should be known that Qin Yu did not even use his holy weapon in the battle just now. With Qin Yu's talent, they would not believe that the Heavenly Emperor Palace did not prepare a divine artifact or even an emperor artifact for him. From this, they could tell that Qin Yu did not use his full strength in the previous battle. After returning to the waiting area, the gazes of the surrounding Heaven's Prides changed as they looked at Qin Yu. There was fear, hostility, and respect. Since he had defeated Xiao Jinlong, Qin Yu would most likely be in the top 10 of battle stage number 1. The battles continued. One after another, Heaven's Prides rose. Like Qin Yu, their reputations grew more and more resounding. However, there were also cases where Heaven's Prides were defeated. When Qin Yu was not fighting, he was observing the battles on the other battle stages. His focus was naturally on Yi Xiaoning. Yi Xiaoning had become a popular Heaven's Pride for the top 10 of battle stage number 4. He had been undefeated throughout his journey. Rank 4 martial emperors would be defeated in 2 strikes at most. Rank 5 martial emperors could not withstand 10 strikes from him. Among this batch of new disciples, Yi Xiaoning's reputation was second only to Qin Yu's. 33rd round, Yi Xiaoning versus Wu Wudi. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Yi Xiaoning's opponent this time was Wu Wudi. Wu Wudi was a Heaven's Pride of the 10,000 martial sect. He was the descendant of the ancient martial god. He was one of the popular candidates for this battle ranking. If Yi Xiaoning wanted to win against Wu Wudi, his current strength would not be enough. He would definitely have to use his trump card. I forfeit. However, in the next moment, Qin Yu's gaze froze. Yi Xiaoning had actually forfeited? Chapter 384. This once again caused Qin Yu to doubt whether or not his guess was wrong. Otherwise, why would the mighty Burier sword deity, who had once ruled the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain, admit defeat to a junior of the martial emperor realm? Qin Yu did not think that the real Burier sword deity did not have the means to fight opponents of a higher level. However, whether Qin Yu thought it through or not, Yi Xiaoning's defeat was a fact. Moreover, Yi Xiaoning did not make a move against Xianyuan Chixing, Qi Huanmei, and the other older generation geniuses. He directly surrendered. Even so, Yi Xiaoning's battle results were among the best, second only to those older generation geniuses. It was a foregone conclusion that he would be in the top 10. Although Yi Xiaoning did not know what his purpose was, he should be participating in the ranking battle. For Qin Yu, there was still a chance to test him. Up until now, the battles on the 10 great fighting arenas had already gone through 50 rounds. At this time, the top 10 of each fighting stage was basically obvious. It was basically clear who had the strength to enter the combat role and who had just come to broaden their horizons. Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu of the Sky Imperial Palace were confirmed to be in the top 10. Shi Jingtian's battle results were also good. As long as he did not make a fuss, he should be in the top 10. However, Sun Yuanhu Shi Huanyuan, and the 4 descendants of the generals. 3 of them had already been eliminated. The other 3 basically had no chance of advancing. Their elimination should be a foregone conclusion. Although this result did not reach the 5 spots that Shi Tiangang had set. However, Qin Yu's rise had completely made up for the gap of Sun Yuanhu and the others. At this time, Shi Tiangang was quite glad that he had agreed to let Qin Yu participate in the combat role. With Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu's extraordinary performance, the reputation of the Sky Imperial Palace would greatly increase. The elimination battle went on for a total of 12 days before it ended. The top 10 of each fighting stage had settled down. The onlookers were counting the number of geniuses of each force. The number of people who had advanced from the top 7 forces. 10,000 Martial Sect, 6. Ancient Cold Island, 4. Xianyuan Family, 5. Heavenly Sun, Holy Land, 5. Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty, 4. Sky Imperial Palace, 3. The Sage Divine Dynasty had 4 people. Judging from the number of people who had advanced and the strength of those who had advanced, the Sky Imperial Palace was at the bottom again. The 10,000 Martial Sect, regardless of whether it was a top genius or a genius on the combat roll, had won. Geniuses from the other 10 superforces, as well as the smaller forces, had also advanced to the next round. Almost every force had at most 6 people from the 10,000 Martial Sect. After all, it was not easy to nurture a powerful young martial progenitor. After the end of the elimination round, the leaderboard ranking battle followed. 8 of the 10 arenas disappeared, and the 10 Emperor Realm referees left with them. Next, the Blue Lightning Emperor acted as the judge. The rules of the ranking competition were similar to the elimination competition. The ranking was determined by the number of victories. In the battles, those who lost more than 10 battles would lose the qualification to compete for the top 50. In other words, the top 50 and bottom 50 rankings would be divided into 2 rounds. The top 20 who were qualified to participate in the 9 prefectures heaven ranking would be chosen from the top 50. Shan Feng, how much of your strength did you use in the battle just now? Sun Shiyu, Qin Yu, and Shi Jingtian gathered. Sun Shiyu asked Qin Yu. Shi Jingtian also looked at Qin Yu. Obviously, he was also very curious. Half. Qin Yu said. In fact, he did not use half of his strength. The azure dragon battling the heavens was only amplified to the 3rd grade martial emperor realm. That means you should be able to enter the top 20. Sun Shiyu was surprised, although she could see that Qin Yu did not use his full strength. She did not expect that Qin Yu had only used half of his strength in the battle against the 6th grade martial emperor Xiao Zhenlong. Shi Jingtian was stunned, defeating a 6th grade martial emperor with less than half of his strength. In that case, how powerful was Qin Yu's true battle power? That's why I came. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. He was determined to enter the top 20. You're still planning to participate in the 9 prefectures heavenly ranking. Sun Shiyu is startled. She comes to her senses. Qin Yu's ambition is actually so great. Don't you want to fight against the top geniuses of the 9 prefectures? Qin Yu said, Of course I do. I will use my full strength in the battle later. Don't go easy on me. Sun Shiyu clenched her fist, and a proud look appeared on her face. She had the strongest bloodline of the 3 sovereigns in the history of the Sky Emperor Palace. Since young, she had been taught to become a top expert. The heavenly ranking that gathered the top geniuses of the 9 prefectures was naturally her goal. Don't cry if you lose too badly. Qin Yu smiled. Sun Shiyu was indeed very talented. If she ignited the bloodline of the 3 sovereigns, she would be able to soar into the sky. I don't think that I will lose to you. Sun Shiyu's battle intent surged. Shi Jingtian let out a bitter smile. Being beside these 2 monsters, he truly felt immense pressure. Not only the Sky Emperor Palace, but the geniuses of the other forces were also talking to each other. In the following battle, there would definitely be infighting between disciples of the same sect. Many forces had been using the victory or defeat of the heavenly ranking to determine the status of their disciples. Therefore, even disciples of the same sect would fight with their full strength. The spiritual state ranking battle of the top 100 will now begin. Without any rest, the Blue Lightning Sovereign immediately began the ranking battle. On the crystal tablet, the numbers of the top 100 flickered and finally stopped at 2 numbers. Shen Feng versus Du Qiao. The first battle was already a battle that attracted everyone's attention. Qin Yu, the strongest newcomer in this year's heavenly ranking battle. No one could predict how strong he was. Du Qiao, the saintess of the everlasting sacred ground. Her cultivation was concealed by a secret technique. However, she had reached the 5th grade martial emperor realm in the last heavenly ranking battle and was ranked in the top 50. The battle between the two of them made many onlookers excited. Qin Yu leaped onto the battle stage and entered the Sumeru realm. Du Qiao, dressed in a white dress and with a graceful figure, stepped in the air. Her temperament was elegant and her fragrance was intoxicating. Hallucination fragrance. As Du Qiao stood in the air, a faint layer of divine light appeared on Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu had read Du Qiao's information. She majored in martial arts and minored in illusions. The fragrance emitted from her body could make people unknowingly fall into an illusion. Therefore, Qin Yu sealed all the pores on his body. Du Qiao saw the divine light on Qin Yu's body and knew that the Sky Emperor Palace had investigated her. However, she did not restrain her fragrance and looked as usual. This kind of situation happened to all the heavenly talents, just like how she also knew about Sun Xiu. However, the sacred ground did not know much about Qin Yu, who had suddenly risen. They only knew that Qin Yu had mastered the 3 great secret techniques of the Sky Emperor Palace. Begin. As the Blue Lightning Sovereign's voice sounded, Du Qiao instantly formed a seal with her hands and a layer of white light flickered on her body. Chapter 385. The next moment, white flowers exuded a strange phenomenon. They were born out of thin air, vivid and lifelike as if they grew in the void. Du Qiao's figure became a little blurry. She looked like a bright moon in the water, and even ripples appeared. Is that the everlasting sacred shrine's ancient secret technique, the everlasting illusory world? Rumor has it that when this secret technique is cultivated to the peak, one can make thousands of creatures fall into the everlasting illusory world with a thought. I didn't expect Du Qiao to succeed. The Tao of illusion and the martial Tao state of mind are the most important. I'm afraid Shen Feng is in trouble this time. Indeed, although Shen Feng can improve his cultivation with the secret technique, he can't improve his martial Tao state of mind. Exclamations sounded one after another. The everlasting illusory world embodied the everlasting illusory world of heaven and earth. In the illusory world, illusions and reality were real. Once one fell into it, they would never be able to break free. This was the ancient secret technique created by the first sacred master of the everlasting sacred shrine. Even among the onlookers, except for those at the emperor realm, countless martial emperors could not see through Du Qiao's everlasting illusory world. Sun Xiu, Shi Jingtian, and the others could not help but feel a little nervous. The prowess list had just begun. Was Qin Yu going to be defeated? Everlasting illusory world. Qin Yu looked at the flowers in the sky and smiled. In the Tao of illusion, the stronger one's martial Tao state was, the harder it was to be confused. This ancient secret skill was indeed shockingly powerful. However, it was a pity that Du Qiao had made a huge mistake by using it on him. With Qin Yu's firm state of mind that had experienced 1,000 years of samsara, how could he possibly be bewitched by illusions? More importantly, Qin Yu's emperor soul had now recovered, so boom! Without any warning, Qin Yu's fist shot toward a certain region of the void filled with white flowers. A murderous fist force swept out and erupted. In the murderous fist force, there was an extremely terrifying chaotic force that disturbed the void. Boom! Several destructive forces exploded, and Qin Yu's body shook as he was sent flying dozens of feet away. Among the silhouettes that Qin Yu had bombarded, a silhouette with a stunned expression also retreated several tens of steps. This kid is actually not affected at all. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't hesitate to launch an attack, the blue lightning sovereign's eyes flickered. The Emperor Realm masters of the great forces were also quite surprised. As venerable sovereigns who had condensed their martial wills, their mental states were as solid as stone, so they were not affected by the limitless illusion technique. But how did Qin Yu ignore the power of the limitless illusory world? This aura, rank 7 martial emperor. In 3 years' time, Du Qiao's cultivation actually increased by 2 levels and reached rank 7 martial emperor. Judging from the fluctuation of her aura, it's obvious that she broke through steadily. Rank 7 martial emperor. It is certain that he will be able to reach the top 30. Perhaps he might even be able to reach the top 20. Xinfeng, what should we do? As for Du Qiao, who had originally planned to launch a sneak attack on Qin Yu, but was attacked by Qin Yu first, the cultivation that she had concealed completely erupted. He was a rank 7 martial emperor. In the previous spiritual state war ranking, all rank 7 martial emperors had entered the top 30 without exception. Even Wan Wuya from the previous war ranking had entered the top 10. Even in those peak powers, it was extremely rare for a rank 7 martial emperor to appear among the younger generation. Basically, they would only nurture a single rank 7 martial emperor. If 2 were to appear, it would be a great fortune. Among the martial emperors, you are the first one who is not affected by the limitless illusory world. Can you tell me how you managed to do it? Du Qiao's body emitted the boundless might of a rank 7 martial emperor without any concealment. She waved her hand and dispersed the limitless illusory world. Intense doubt filled her eyes. The might of the limitless illusory world depended on the strength of the opponent's cultivation. Its effect also varied. However, even Wan Wuya, who was ranked 9th in the previous war ranking, was unable to break through the limitless illusory world. Even though he had broken through the limitless illusory world, he was still greatly affected by it. Du Qiao was unable to understand how Qin Yu had managed to do it. When one's mental state is so strong that it cannot be shaken, no illusion technique will be able to confuse one's heart. Qin Yu said indifferently, "It is impossible for a martial emperor's mental state to be so strong." Du Qiao shook her head slightly. In the words of the Emperor Realm, the mental state of the martial Tao was martial will. The Emperor Realm used the power of the Tao to temper their martial will and pursue a stronger martial Tao. It was rumored that martial will was impervious to all evil. That was why the Emperor Realm was not affected by her limitless illusory world. However, in the martial Emperor Realm, no matter how strong their mental state was, as long as they did not condense their martial will, they would more or less be affected. Not to mention that her cultivation had already reached rank 7 martial emperor. In the ancient times, there were cultivators who went through thousands of tribulations to temper their mental state. Even if you don't know about them, it doesn't mean they don't exist. Qin Yu said. Du Qiao's eyes flickered when she heard that. She had read about the mental cultivators that Qin Yu spoke of in ancient books. She had always thought that mental cultivators could restrain all illusions and bewitching techniques. However, since the Azure Lightning Emperor did not make a move, it meant that Qin Yu did not rely on external help. It would appear that Qin Yu had trained in the heart cultivation secret technique. Since you know my cultivation, why do you still want to make a move? Du Qiao did not linger on the matter of the mental state of the martial Tao. She had seen the battle between Qin Yu and Xiao Zhenlong, so she knew that Qin Yu had not used his full strength yet. However, the difference in strength between a rank 7 martial emperor and a rank 6 martial emperor was more than 10 times. Even if Qin Yu's cultivation was comparable to a rank 6 martial emperor, he would not be affected by the limitless, illusory world. However, in front of absolute strength, everything was futile. Rank 7 martial emperor, still a bit lacking. Qin Yu smiled faintly. I really want to see just how strong your potential is. Du Qiao's eyelids moved slightly. With an intoxicating fragrance, she charged toward Qin Yu. At this moment, 9 flower dragons formed by 100 flowers appeared in the sky. They were flying toward Qin Yu to attack him. Break! The azure dragon mark on his body appeared. Divine light filled his palm as Qin Yu attacked. With a thrust of his spear, a boundless killing intent burst forth and engulfed heaven and earth. Rank 5 martial emperor. A cry of alarm sounded. Among the spectating cultivators, there were people who sensed Qin Yu's current cultivation. What kind of secret technique is this? Du Qiao turned pale with fright. She found it hard to believe. This was the first time she had seen a secret technique that could increase one's cultivation by 3 levels. Rumble. An explosion sounded. The destructive power of slaughter swept through the sky. The 9 flower dragons were directly suppressed. They turned into flowers that filled the sky and scattered in the sky. Limitless heavenly cage. Seeing Qin Yu charging toward her, Du Qiao immediately came back to her senses. She quickly formed hand seals with her hands, and a strange power spread out. The scattered flowers in the void silently melted into the void. Immediately, Qin Yu felt as if this region of heaven and earth had turned into a cage that had imprisoned him. This was another ancient divine technique of the everlasting sacred ground. It sealed the space around Qin Yu. Chapter 386. Indestructible Stone Emperor Seal. Qin Yu's mind flashed, and a divine light flashed. An ancient seal made of divine light descended. Within the ancient seal, there was a phantom that was a few hundred feet tall. Vast and unparalleled divine power swept through the Sumer realm. Du Qiao's heavenly cage was suppressed by the Stone Emperor's phantom. The seal around Qin Yu's body immediately disappeared. That's the Stone Emperor's phantom. Sure, Tiangong's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. As the Stone Emperor's descendant, he naturally knew. After completely comprehending the indestructible Stone Emperor seal, one could summon the Stone Emperor's phantom. However, in the current Sky Emperor Palace, no one could reach that level. Qin Yu actually did it. This made Shi Tiangang stunned. He was the true descendant of the Stone Emperor. Whoosh! The instant the limitless heavenly cage was suppressed, the great Tao of extreme speed erupted. Qin Yu turned into a ray of light, and with a monstrous killing power, he shot toward Du Qiao with his spear. Du Qiao formed a seal with both hands, and an yin-yang flower formation condensed in front of her. The yin-yang flower formation spun rapidly, turning into a yin-yang vortex that swept toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu formed a seal with his left hand, and divine light gathered. The sky-devouring cauldron evolved and became dozens of feet large, directly swallowing the yin-yang vortex. Whoosh! The sky-splitter spear was like Shinran rising out of the sea, carrying an unparalleled power as it pierced through the air. A pitch-black crack appeared in the void. From this, it could be seen how powerful Qin Yu's attack was. Du Qiao clearly didn't expect Qin Yu to be able to swallow the yin-yang limitless array. In her shock, she immediately summoned an ancient bronze shield. Bang! An incomparably terrifying force bombarded the ancient bronze shield. With a crack, a fine crack immediately appeared on the ancient bronze shield. Immediately, this defensive divine artifact shattered, turning into countless bronze fragments that scattered in all directions. A dazzling divine light burst out, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Every ray of divine light emitted an extremely destructive aura. Du Qiao's face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. But with this momentary gap in defense, Du Qiao immediately pulled away from Qin Yu. The exchange of blows just now had allowed her to clearly confirm this. Although Qin Yu's cultivation of rank 5 martial emperor was increased by a secret technique, his true battle power was already sufficient to threaten her. In other words, the current Qin Yu's battle prowess was completely on par with a rank 7 martial emperor. Not good. However, Du Qiao had only retreated a few dozen meters when a chaotic force appeared, immediately distorting the space around her. Du Qiao's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, she gathered all her great Tao energy behind her. Boom! Almost at this moment, a world-destroying killing intent erupted like a flood. Du Qiao was immediately sent flying back while vomiting blood. Du Qiao, who was sent flying, quickly stabilized her body and forcefully suppressed the chaotic true essence in her body. She focused her gaze and realized that a Qin Yu had appeared in 5 different locations around her. Those were clearly his avatars. Shen Feng wins. When Du Qiao was about to take action, the majestic voice of the Blue Thunder Emperor sounded. "Elder, why is this so?" Du Qiao was stunned. She looked at the Blue Thunder Emperor in confusion. She clearly hadn't lost, so why would the Blue Thunder Emperor declare Qin Yu the winner? "Look up." The Blue Thunder Emperor pointed to the sky. "This." Du Qiao raised her head and narrowed her eyes. A 5-elemental ancient formation appeared above her head. The 5 elements ancient formation was only a few dozen meters away from her, but she didn't notice it at all. More importantly, she had no idea when Qin Yu had set up this ancient formation. This is the 5 elements God slaughtering formation. It seems like you don't recognize it. The Blue Thunder Emperor glanced at Qin Yu's body as he spoke. Qin Yu immediately understood what was going on. In the blink of an eye, a wisp of killing intent from the 5 elements God slaughtering formation locked onto Du Qiao. Du Qiao's body trembled violently as a bone-chilling sensation of death enveloped her. "Do you still have any doubts?" the Blue Thunder Emperor asked. "I've lost." Du Qiao respectfully bowed to the Blue Thunder Emperor. If it had been a life-and-death battle, with the terrifying killing intent of the 5 elements God slaughtering formation, she would have died a long time ago. The 4 incarnations turned into divine light and returned to Qin Yu's body, and the 5 elements God slaughtering formation also dissipated. This battle made Qin Yu's reputation as a genius even more amazing. Du Qiao left the battle arena with a heart full of unwillingness. It wasn't until she asked the other heaven's prides that she understood the whole story. When Qin Yu shattered her defensive divine artifact, the moment the dazzling divine light burst out, he condensed 4 incarnations. He set up the 5 elements God slaughtering formation and then blasted her into it. After figuring it out, Du Qiao became more and more unwilling. If she could have avoided it, that girl from the everlasting sacred shrine lost completely because of her lack of combat experience. Indeed, if she had seen through Shen Feng's intentions before, she wouldn't have fallen into the 5 elements God slaughtering formation and lost to Shen Feng. That's not necessarily the case. With Shen Feng's combat experience, even if he lost this opportunity, I'm afraid he would still set up another trap and let that girl step into it. It seems that Heavenly Emperor Palace has put in a lot of effort to cultivate Shen Feng. Those Emperor Realm Masters commented on the battle just now. The other young heavens' prides looked up and down at Qin Yu. Many heavens' prides were more and more afraid of Qin Yu, who had endless means. This little brat can't be underestimated. The sacrificial evil god dynasty's divine son Zhengqingtian looked at Qin Yu rather solemnly. Playing such boring means that his combat strength is only at that level. Crown Prince Kong Bitao heard this and sneered even more coldly. In the situation just now, if our cultivations were the same, how confident are you of winning? Zhang Qingtian asked. Kong Bitao's sneer stiffened and he was about to speak when Zhang Qingtian said, "At most, I only have a 50% chance of winning." "Humph, you think too highly of him." Kong Bitao snorted coldly and was not convinced. He, the dignified grandson of the evil God Emperor and the crown prince of the divine dynasty, only had a 50% chance of winning against Qin Yu? What a joke! Zhang Qingtian knew Kong Bitao's arrogance and did not say anything. However, when he looked at Qin Yu, his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. The 50% chance of victory that he had mentioned earlier was actually an overstatement. Qin Yu gave him a great sense of threat. If he was allowed to grow, he might become an existence like Shi Tiangang in the future. "Woody, what do you think?" Wan Tianya, the young sect master of the 10,000 martial sect, asked Wu Wudi through voice transmission. The younger generation of our martial sect might not be able to suppress him in the future. Wu Wudi pondered for a moment and said slowly, "What's there to be afraid of? We definitely won't be able to suppress him." Wan Tianya said directly, "Fortunately, we can still participate in the next battle. Heavenly Emperor Palace won't take the lead so quickly." Wu Wudi laughed. They existed in the 10,000 martial sect. In the past 2 spiritual state rankings, they had become the strongest of the 7 major powers. The second battle, Xianyuan Chixing versus Qing Tao. As the crowd discussed, the second battle began. Xianyuan Chixing's cultivation was that of a late-stage, rank 7 martial emperor. Qing Tao, who came from a mid-tier power, was only a rank 6 martial emperor. The battle ended without any suspense. Xianyuan Chixing won with a crushing advantage. Chapter 387. The third round, Yi Tianyu versus Lu Hao. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty, was fighting. Strictly speaking, Yi Tianyu was from the same generation as Sun Shiyu and the others. They were all rising stars from the previous tournament. Although he wasn't as famous as the 4 saints, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Lu Hao came from the Tianyang sacred land and was a true newcomer. This battle also ended without any suspense. That was because Yi Tianyu was also a rank 7 martial emperor. Although he was only an early rank 7 martial emperor, it wasn't surprising that he could crush Lu Hao, who was a rank 6 martial emperor. Lu Hao's aptitude was not bad. However, he did not have the power to surpass his level and fight enemies like Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning. The fourth round, Wu Wudi versus Luo Sifang. Wu Wudi, one of the twin dragons of the 10,000 martial sect, was chosen. His opponent, Luo Sifang, was from the Arhut Palace. Luo Sifang didn't fight and directly forfeited. The fifth round, Jin Wushuang versus Zhuge Ming. This was another battle without any suspense. The Zhuge family had 3 people on the battle ranking. However, when facing Jin Wushuang, a prodigy of the older generation, he was defeated in a few moves. The sixth round, Sun Shiyu versus the Azure Lightning Emperor's majestic voice sounded from time to time. One battle after another came to an end very quickly, and then came to an end just as quickly. The first round of 50 battles passed quickly, except for the battle between Qin Yu and Du Qiao, which was exciting. The others were ordinary. The other battles appeared very ordinary. There was no suspense about the outcome of the battle. It was within everyone's expectations. No one had any outstanding performance against a strong opponent. The 7th round of the second round, Gu Hanmo versus Wan Tianya. Not long after the start of the second round, 2 older geniuses finally clashed. What made the spectators excited was that Gu Hanmo didn't forfeit against Wan Tianya. Gu Hanmo was the young master of the ancient Frost Island. He was ranked 26th in the previous tournament. Although he didn't qualify for the 9 states heaven ranking, he was highly favored by everyone this time. He was a candidate for the top 10. Wan Tianya was needless to say. He was the young master of the 10,000 martial sect and the descendant of the ancient divine king. He was ranked 8th in the previous tournament and was on the 9 states heaven ranking. Either title would make Juan Tienya the undisputed #1 in this year's Spiritual State War ranking list, and his fame was unparalleled. I thought you would conserve your strength and fight for the top 10. Juan Tienya leaped onto the combat arena and stood in midair with his arms crossed before his chest, and he revealed a wisp of a smile on his face. His relaxed expression was revealed without a doubt. The ancient frost demon was close to 20 feet tall. His body was covered in muscles that were clearly defined. He was like an iron pagoda as he stood there, giving off a powerful pressure. I will fight for the top 10. As for you, I also want to challenge you. A hint of battle intent appeared in Ancient Frost Mo's cold eyes. In the previous battle roll, he challenged the top 10 freaks of the older generation and was defeated by Juan Tienya and Wu Wudi. As a result, he was severely injured and his ranking dropped to 26th, failing to qualify for the heaven ranking of the 9 continents. Therefore, challenging Juan Tienya and Wu Wudi was Gu Hanmo's goal this time. After all, in the top 100 battle of the leaderboard, they would not be matched against each other again. It seems that your strength has improved greatly in the past 3 years. Sensing Ancient Frost Mo's battle intent, Juan Tienya only smiled faintly. Ancient Frost Mo did not waste any words. He formed hand seals with his hands, and an ancient black mark condensed between his eyebrows. Pitch-black ancient runes spread throughout his body, seeping into his flesh and bones. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from Ancient Frost Mo, shattering the clouds. Rank 7 Martial Emperor. Late stage. Ancient Frost Mo's powerful cultivation was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Everyone was shocked. Although Ancient Frost Mo was already a rank 7 Martial Emperor 3 years ago, he was still a rank 7 Martial Emperor. But now the Ancient Frost Devil's aura was so powerful compared to 3 years ago. It was as if he had been reborn. It was not hard to imagine how Ancient Frost Mo's strength had changed. In the Martial Emperor realm, one's strength could undergo a transformation without breaking through their cultivation. It could be seen that Ancient Frost Mo still had shocking potential that had yet to be unearthed. This was also the reason why everyone was shocked. Not bad. Juan Tienya put down his arms and revealed an interested expression. Layers of air revolved around his body and rose up. Unseal! Ancient Frost Mo shouted, and an explosion resounded. The ancient runes that covered his body all exploded, turning into monstrous demonic chi that swept across the sky and shook the universe. In the monstrous demonic chi, a demonic figure that was more than 30 meters tall appeared. That's the soul of the ancient demon god. The rumor is true. Ancient Frost Mo really obtained the soul of the ancient demon god sealed in Ancient Frost Island. No wonder his strength has undergone such a huge transformation. With such strength, it's enough to fight for the top 3. Exclamations sounded. It had always been a legend that Ancient Frost Island had sealed the soul of the ancient demon god. Now it was finally confirmed. Juan Tienya, if you don't undo the seal, you will lose to me. Ancient Frost Mo's eyes that were filled with demonic chi looked at Juan Tienya, who was sizing up the soul of the ancient demon god with interest. Ancient Frost Mo could see that Juan Tienya was the same as him. He had sealed his cultivation and was consolidating his strength. Their goal was not simply to enter the Emperor realm, but to become a top-notch Emperor realm master. Therefore, when they were in the Martial Emperor realm, they would constantly consolidate and suppress their cultivation to hone their foundation. Come on, let me see just how powerful the legendary primordial demon god soul is. Juan Tienya heard this and smiled lightly, waving at Ancient Frost Mo. The aura around him grew stronger, but he still did not undo the seal. Ancient Frost Mo's eyes narrowed. Juan Tienya's relaxed expression was definitely not an act. Could it be that Juan Tienya was really confident that he could deal with him without undoing the seal? Although he thought about it, Ancient Frostamo did not hesitate at all and suddenly charged out. His speed was so fast that everyone only saw a flash of demonic chi, and Ancient Frostamo had rushed in front of Wantinya. Ancient Demon Slash. An ancient saber that was surrounded by demonic chi slashed across the sky, and a clear, pitch-black crack appeared in the void. The moment Ancient Frostamo slashed, the soul of the ancient demon god that accompanied the figure merged with the ancient saber with a vast demonic aura. Against Wantinya, Ancient Frostamo did not test his strength at all. He went all out and destroyed his killing move. Just in time, Wantinya did not dodge at all. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the air around him condensed on his right fist. 9 divine lights floated around his right fist, and an incomparably terrifying aura was emitted. 1,000 martial sects supreme secret technique, God King's 9 fists. The surrounding cultivators were familiar with the 9 divine lights floating around Wantinya's right fist. Wantinya, the descendant of the ancient God King, had the bloodline of the ancient God King. The God King's 9 fists was the secret technique left behind by the ancient God King. When this secret technique was comprehended to the peak, it could even shatter the sky. Wantinya was the descendant of the ancient God King and had the bloodline of the ancient God King. Naturally, he had grasped the God King's 9 fists. Chapter 388. Boom! Wantinya punched out, his divine might exploding. Waves of air rose in the air, and violent ripples appeared. Crack! The divine fist and the demonic fist collided in the blink of an eye. It was like a bolt of lightning striking through the air. Where the two of them clashed in the air, a spatial crack that was dozens of feet long appeared. The destructive shockwave that erupted was directly swallowed by the spatial crack. Wantinya and Guhanmo instantly sensed it and retreated. Boom! 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 But in the next instant, the two of them clashed again. Earth-shattering explosions rang out continuously. Every time they clashed, spatial cracks would appear in the air. It was enough to see how terrifying their attacks were. Guhanmo's combat strength is actually comparable to Wantinya's, as expected of the ancient demon god soul. The increase in power is really terrifying. It seems that if Wantinya doesn't break the seal, it will be difficult for him to defeat Guhanmo. Seeing the intense battle between the two of them, the spectators were in heated discussions. Countless older martial emperors couldn't help but sigh at the changes in the times when they came to the spiritual state battle ranking. The growth of the new generation was too shocking. So you haven't completely controlled the ancient demon god soul. After another attack, Wantinya and Guhanmo faced each other from dozens of feet away. A smile appeared on Wantinya's face. As expected, I've been seen through. Guhanmo's eyelids twitched, but the battle intent in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Even if he hadn't completely controlled the ancient demon god soul, Wantinya wouldn't be able to fight against him if he didn't break the seal. Although the battle just now seemed to be evenly matched, in reality he had completely gained the upper hand. If this continued, Wantinya would definitely lose. Fine, I'll let you see the true 9 fists of the God King. Ancient and mysterious divine runes appeared on Wantinya's right fist. The 9 divine lights that were originally floating around his right fist suddenly rose into the air and became dozens of feet large, emitting dazzling divine light. What a powerful aura! Guhanmo raised his head and looked over, his face filled with shock. Countless spectators were also shocked. They had seen Wantinya use the 9 fists of the God King many times, but it was the first time they saw such a powerful 9 fists of the God King. 9 fists, demon and god obliteration. Wantinya's figure flashed and turned into a ray of divine light as he punched towards Guhanmo. As he punched out, the 9 beams of divine light that were dozens of meters long instantly merged into his right fist like 9 blazing suns. A monstrous destructive aura erupted. Demon god exterminating, slash. Ancient Frost Demon's eyes were extremely solemn. He held the ancient sword tightly with both hands. The vast sea of Tao and true essence all merged into the ancient sword. Ancient Frost Demon was not afraid to fight. With a loud shout, he leaped high into the air and slashed down. Rumble! Their attacks met in the blink of an eye. The entire Sumeru realm trembled violently, as if the heavens were about to collapse. The next moment, it was accompanied by a violent and destructive impact. A figure spat out blood and flew backwards. His aura was weak and chaotic. It was Ancient Frost Demon. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone was shocked. The Ancient Frost Demon would lose. This was what everyone expected. However, Yuan Tianya had managed to defeat the Ancient Frost Demon, a rank 7 martial emperor that had fused with the ancient demon god soul without breaking the seal. If Yuan Tianya went all out, how terrifying would his strength be? In this battle, no one could stop Yuan Tianya's momentum of obtaining first place in the spiritual state war ranking. Even Zheng Qingtian, Jin Wushuang, Xianyuan Chixing, and the other older generation geniuses had solemn expressions. Yuan Tianya gave them immense pressure. However, among those geniuses, there were two who had rather calm expressions. One was Qin Yu, and the other was Yi Xiaoning. They did not show any emotions when facing Yuan Tianya's battle prowess, as if they did not care at all. This brat is rather interesting. Yuan Tianya did not pay attention to Yi Xiaoning, but he subconsciously glanced at Qin Yu. When he saw Qin Yu's calm expression, Yuan Tianya revealed a smile. Yuan Tianya was rather interested in Qin Yu, who was known as the person with the strongest potential in history. Of course, it was just interest. If Qin Yu wanted to be his opponent, he would have to at least reach the next war ranking. After the battle between Yuan Tianya and the ancient Frost Demon, the following battles were clearly not enough to deal with. Although some of the battles were rather exciting, they were naturally overshadowed by the other geniuses. Second round, 34th battle, Yi Xiaoning versus Zhou Jianian. Finally, after the seemingly ordinary battles, another battle that everyone was looking forward to came. Yi Xiaoning, one of the superpowers, the 7th prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty. Previously, he was unknown among the younger generation of martial emperors. However, ever since he started fighting, other than the older generation geniuses, he had been undefeated, entering the top 100 of the war ranking with the cultivation of a rank 1 martial emperor was unprecedented in the history of the spiritual state war ranking. If it wasn't for Qin Yu's aptitude being too shocking, Yi Xiaoning would definitely be this year's #1 newcomer. Zhou Jianian, the 2nd princess of the Saint Divine dynasty. In the previous war ranking, she was ranked 31st with the cultivation of a rank 5 martial emperor. In the previous elimination rounds, other than the older generation geniuses in the top 30, she did not fight. As for the other geniuses in the top 30, they were all defeated by her. Zhou Jianian's cultivation was at least rank 6 martial emperor. Her battle power was astonishing. Now, Yi Xiaoning did not forfeit his battle against Zhou Jianian. This, naturally, caused countless people to look forward to it. Even Qin Yu turned to look at him. Now, it could be confirmed that Yi Xiaoning's forfeit in the elimination rounds was only to preserve his strength. Now that it was the ranking battle, Yi Xiaoning would most likely go all out. 7th Prince, long time no see. Zhou Jianian looked at Yi Xiaoning. She did not expect that Yi Xiaoning, who she thought had the most potential among the younger generation of the 3 great dynasties, would become so strong. After reaching the martial emperor realm, he soared to the sky and reached the stage where he could fight against her. Late stage, rank 7 martial emperor, you are no match for me. Yi Xiaoning's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he saw through Zhou Jianian's strength. This brat. Zhou Jianian's heart suddenly jolted. Even in the Saint Divine dynasty, only a few people knew about her true cultivation. It was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know about it. Yi Xiaoning was actually able to tell the strength of her cultivation in one go. Late stage, rank 7 martial emperor. That can't be right. Zhou Jianyan's cultivation is that powerful. If that's truly the case, then Yi Xiaoning said that Zhou Jianyan is no match for him. Doesn't that mean that Yi Xiaoning's true battle power is also comparable to a rank 7 martial emperor? Regarding that, let's wait and see. Hearing Yi Xiaoning's words, the countless spectators began to discuss heatedly. Begin. After the Cyan Lightning Emperor's voice left his mouth, Zhou Jianyan immediately attacked. Streams of great Tao energy turned into invisible chains and swept toward Yi Xiaoning. It was as Yi Xiaoning had said. She was a late-stage, rank 7 martial emperor. However, it was precisely because of that Zhou Jianyan would not concede when facing the rank 1 martial emperor Yi Xiaoning. The one who should concede should be Yi Xiaoning. Chapter 389. Whoosh! Yi Xiaoning's gaze became sharper as he stepped out in the air with a mighty sword aura around him. The rusty iron sword in his hand slashed out casually, shattering the invisible chains that were attacking him. This sword aura! The blue lightning emperor raised his eyebrows as he stared at Yi Xiaoning. Among all the sky prides present, Yi Xiaoning's strength was the one that surprised him the most. Qin Yu's battle prowess was also above his level, and he was undefeated. However, Qin Yu had used a secret technique to increase his cultivation. Yi Xiaoning, on the other hand, had relied on his cultivation of rank 1 martial emperor to fight until now. The Blue Lightning Emperor could not help but think of the monstrous geniuses from the Central Continent who came from the Supreme Orthodoxy. So far, he had only seen those monstrous geniuses from the Central Continent who had such talent. Sage ancient power. Zhou Jianyan's eyes narrowed as her 10 fingers quickly formed seals. Mysterious ancient talismans appeared out of thin air. It was the Sage Divine Dynasty's ancient sage, ancient power. After using the sage ancient power, Zhou Jianyan's aura immediately skyrocketed, nearing the peak of rank 7 martial emperor. Suppress! Zhou Jianyan shouted. Those ancient sage ancient talismans seemed to be sentient as they carried an incomparably vast ancient aura, trying to suppress Yi Xiaoning. Yi Xiaoning did not stop as he slashed out with his right hand. A sword aura slashed across the void. Those ancient sage, ancient talismans that were trying to suppress Yi Xiaoning were all cut in half. How is this possible? Zhou Jianyan's eyes widened in disbelief. The people from the Sage Divine Dynasty were also shocked. They knew very well how powerful the sage ancient power was. With the amplification of the sage's ancient power, Zhou Jianyan had fought against rank 8 martial emperors without falling behind. But now it was cut in half by Yi Xiaoning's sword? Is the iron sword in Yi Xiaoning's hand a Tao Technique Emperor artifact? A prince from the Sage Divine Dynasty questioned. The Blue Lightning Emperor is supervising the battle, not to mention a Tao Technique Emperor artifact. Even an ordinary Emperor artifact would be detected by him. An Emperor Realm Master from the Sage Divine Dynasty said with a solemn expression. Could it be that Zhou Jianyan will lose to Yi Xiaoning? This was a situation that they had never anticipated before. They had high hopes for Zhou Jianyan, who wanted to rush into the top 10. That sword might is very strange. In the 10,000 martial sect, Wu Wuti looked at the rusty iron sword in Yi Xiaoning's hand. The sword qi from the iron sword contained an extremely terrifying destructive sword might, as if it could cut through everything. This kid is a little strange. Wan Tianya also raised his eyebrows. Qin Yu watched the battle quietly. Although Yi Xiaoning's battle strength had increased, he still did not use the heaven-burying sword principle. In the Sumeru realm, Yi Xiaoning stepped in the air, swinging his sword repeatedly to break through Zhou Jianyan's attacks. When Yi Xiaoning reached a certain distance from Zhou Jianyan, his footsteps paused. A deep sword light flashed in his eyes. Not good. At this moment, Zhou Jianyan's expression changed drastically. A sense of impending death emerged in her heart. Without a second thought, Zhou Jianyan immediately retreated. At the same time, his sage ancient power burst out like a tidal wave. Qila! However, it was too late. After Yi Xiaoning's footsteps paused, he suddenly turned into a sword light and flashed through the air. With a shattering sound, Zhou Jianyan's sage ancient power was completely destroyed. In Zhou Jianyan's narrowed eyes, a destructive sword light slashed down like lightning, as if it wanted to kill her. However, when the destructive sword light was only a few inches away from Zhou Jianyan's forehead, a palm surrounded by azure lightning shot out without any warning and grabbed the iron sword, preventing it from moving any closer. It was the Azure Lightning Emperor. Yi Xiaoning wins. Azure lightning flickered and shattered the sword light. Under the shock of the crowd, the Azure Lightning Emperor announced Yi Xiaoning's victory. This battle had pushed Yi Xiaoning's reputation to a new height. A rank 1 martial emperor defeating a rank 7 martial emperor. What kind of heaven-defying battle strength was this? In the history of the spiritual state, had there ever been such a monstrous genius? At this moment, countless shocked gazes gathered on Yi Xiaoning. This was definitely a monstrous genius that had shocked both ancient and modern times. How can a rank 1 martial emperor be so powerful? The young master of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Wentian, had an expression of disbelief on his face. He was the strongest of the 4 great saints, so his target was the next spiritual state battle ranking. However, he naturally wanted to fight for the top 10 in this battle ranking. But now, Qin Yu, who had the greatest potential in history, had appeared. Now, there was a rank 1 martial emperor defeating the rank 7 martial emperor, Yi Xiaoning. This made him feel inexplicably pressured. Xianyuan Wentian was not the only one who felt pressured. Zhou Wuyuan, Sun Xiyu, Tang Mingxin, and even the older generation of geniuses felt a huge impact. This year's newcomers were simply unbelievably strong. With Yi Xiaoning's strength, it won't be a problem for him to enter the top 20. He might even be able to enter the top 10. It might be a little difficult for him to enter the top 10. That's not necessarily true. From the current battle results and information, 1. Tianya and Wu Wudi of the 10,000 martial sect, Ancient Frost Demon and Qi Huanmei of the Ancient Frost Island, Xianyuan Qixing of the Xianyuan family, and Jin Wushuang of the Heavenly Sun Sacred Ground, Kong Bitao and Zheng Qingtian of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. The 8 of them should be able to enter the top 10. If that's the case, there are only 2 spots for the top 10. Saintess Du Qiao of the Everlasting Sacred Ground, Zhuge Yingfeng of the Zhuge family, Yun Qingxia of the Great Spirit Palace, Pang Han of the 5 Ghost Sect. These are all popular candidates for the top 10. Didn't Du Qiao lose to Xinfeng? She should be eliminated. Although Du Qiao lost to Xinfeng due to carelessness, her strength is still top-notch among the older generation of geniuses. Didn't Du Qiao easily defeat Zhou Jianyan in the last battle ranking? In short, there are too many geniuses in this battle ranking. In my opinion, other than Wan Tianya, who is undoubtedly the first, the rankings of the others could be surpassed at any time. Heated discussions broke out among the countless spectators. This battle was another heated battle after the battle between Wan Tianya and the ancient Frost Demon, causing the spectators to be in an uproar. Those busybodies were already drawing up the rankings of the top 10 and top 20 geniuses. Amidst the heated discussions, the second round of the battle ranking ended quickly, and the third round began. Perhaps it was due to the influence of Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning. The fighting spirit of this battle ranking was extremely high. Unfortunately, there were still too few monsters who could surpass several ranks and challenge the older generation of geniuses. Those older generation geniuses used victory after victory to show that their era had not passed, and the newcomers were still too inexperienced. Fourth round, seventh match. Sun Xiu versus Kong Mingguo. After a few matches in the fourth round, Sun Xiu entered the arena. Her opponent was Kong Mingguo, the 12th prince of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Like Sun Xiu, Kong Mingguo also participated in the spiritual state battle ranking in the last battle ranking. However, the result was a crushing defeat at the hands of Sun Xiu, becoming a stepping stone for Sun Xiu to become one of the four great geniuses. Chapter 390. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sun Xiu and Kong Mingguo both leaped onto the battle stage. The conflict between the heavenly imperial palace and the evil, sacrificial, godly dynasty had heated up recently. The smell of gunpowder between them was very strong. They did not conceal their cold killing intent and wantonly emitted it. You were lucky enough to win the last battle rankings. This time, I will definitely trample you under my feet. Kong Mingguo's eyes were very sinister as he emitted a mighty aura. Rank 7 Martial Emperor. The rules of the evil, sacrificial, godly dynasty were very strict. After losing to Sun Xiu in the last battle rankings, he was severely punished. This caused Kong Mingguo to hate Sun Xiu to the bone. This time, he vowed to wipe away his previous humiliation. I remember that you also said that you would trample me under your feet in the last battle rankings. Sun Xiu said indifferently as halos of divine light revolved around her body. This time it's different. Kong Mingguo's eyes twitched as he shouted loudly. The sinister and sinister power turned into surging pitch-black fog that covered the sky and covered the earth as it pounced toward Sun Xiu. The surrounding several hundred miles were completely covered by the black fog, not giving Sun Xiu any space to dodge. It's indeed different. Sun Xiu's eyes turned cold. Her figure flashed as she directly charged into the sinister and sinister black fog. Bang! In the next instant, an incomparably terrifying shockwave rushed out from the black fog. A figure was sent flying while vomiting blood. It was Kong Mingguo. Kong Mingguo was defeated in a single strike. When the black fog dispersed, Sun Xiu, who was surrounded by divine light, appeared. The countless onlookers had yet to react, their gazes stupefied. The rank 7 Martial Emperor Kong Mingguo was no match for Sun Xiu in a single strike. In a short 3 years, Sun Xiu's strength had increased to such an extent. The result of this battle was completely out of their expectations. Because of the previous battle, the black fog had blocked their vision and interfered with their perception. Thus, the spectators did not know how Sun Xiu had done it. However, there was no need to doubt Sun Xiu's terrifying battle power. To be able to defeat a rank 7 Martial Emperor in a single strike, her battle power was already comparable to the older generation's geniuses. She might even be able to fight for the top 10. After winning, Sun Xiu looked at Zhang Qingtian and Kong Bitao. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was obvious. This year it was Kong Mingguo. Next year it would be Zhang Qingtian and Kong Bitao. Useless trash! Zhang Qingtian's expression was normal, but Kong Bitao's face was extremely gloomy. Not long after Sun Xiu's victory, Shi Jingtian entered the arena. His opponent was one of the 4 great saints, Tang Mingxin. Tang Mingxin's cultivation was also that of a rank 7 Martial Emperor. Shi Jingtian was defeated by a single strike. After that, Xianyuan Wentian and Zhou Wuyuan both won. The 4 great demons of the previous tournament had all become famous for their victories. Fourth round, 46th match, Yi Tianyu versus Qi Huanmei. When the fourth round was about to end, another exciting and intense battle occurred. The crown prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty, Yi Tianyu, against Qi Huanmei, an elder genius of the ancient cold island. Originally, everyone thought that the battle would end very quickly, but in the end, against Qi Huanmei, a heaven's favorite from the older generation, Yi Tianyu was not at a disadvantage at all. Bang! Qi Huanmei, who had ordinary facial features, had a serious expression on her face after she slapped out and extinguished the dozen or so fireballs that were whizzing towards her. Yi Tianyu's strength was extremely strong. He was not weaker than her. She had to give it her all to fight him. Innate demonic way. Qi Huanmei shouted in a low voice. A terrifying demonic aura emanated from Qi Huanmei's body and covered the sky. Qi Huanmei cultivated an ancient demonic art and had comprehended the innate demonic way. Now that she was using the ancient demonic art, her aura immediately changed. 9 spirits, divine fire! Seeing this, Yi Tianyu formed a seal with his hands. The spiritual fire burning on his body became even more ferocious. Vaguely, 9 different colors appeared. This was Yi Tianyu's natal divine fire that he had refined countless spiritual fires. It had the power to burn the sea. Boom! Qi Huanmei threw a punch at Yi Tianyu. The vast, innate, demonic power swept out like a river and was about to drown Yi Tianyu. 9 flames, divine killing array. Yi Tianyu pointed all 10 of his fingers. 9 beams of fire shot into the sky and scattered in 9 different directions. They then formed a huge 9-colored ancient flame array that was thousands of feet long. The power of the fire that could burn the sky and destroy the earth was released. The innate demonic power that swept across the sky was burned to nothing. That's the killing array left behind by the fire god. A surprised voice was heard. It was Tang Mingxin. He was born with the fire god constitution. Naturally, he had investigated the 2 fire gods in detail. He did not expect that such a rare killing array would be obtained by Yi Tianyu. What a terrifying aura! Qi Huanmei's expression changed. She felt a great threat from the 9 flames' divine killing array. Bang! 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 Sure enough, in the next moment, a flaming giant formed in the 9-colored ancient flame array. The flaming giant slammed its palm down. A large area of the void was burned into a vacuum. Qi Huanmei, who was in the middle of the fire array, had nowhere to hide. She could only face the attack head-on. In the end, under the flaming giant's palm, Qi Huanmei vomited blood and flew backward. The power of the flaming giant was far beyond Qi Huanmei's expectations. Yi Tianyu wins. In this battle, it could be said that the junior had defeated the senior. This meant that Yi Tianyu had officially reached the level of the older generation's geniuses. He was qualified to be ranked in the top 10. After all, Qi Huanmei was previously considered to be a seed in the top 10. 4th round, 50th battle. Qian Yeming versus Jin Wushuang. After Yi Tianyu, Qian Yeming also encountered an older generation's genius, Jin Wushuang of the Heavenly Sun, Holy Land. Snow Phoenix. After Qian Yeming stepped onto the stage, he immediately went all out. A loud phoenix cry sounded from his body. In the next moment, a bone-chilling coldness appeared. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Along with the appearance of the snowflakes, there was also a snow-white snow phoenix that was several hundred feet in size. That snow phoenix was not a physical body. It was only a soul. Qian Yeming was born with 2 souls. The second soul was the profound snow phoenix. The profound snow phoenix's cultivation was the same as Qian Yeming's, rank 7 martial emperor. In other words, Jin Wushuang was going to fight 2 rank 7 martial emperors by himself. Countless spectators discussed among themselves. However, no one questioned Qian Yeming. After all, the profound snow phoenix was his second soul. It was one with him. Naturally, it could be considered as his battle power. It was not an external force like his contracted battle beast. Battle body. Jin Wushuang's aura sank as a torrential battle intent appeared. Jin Wushuang's body was the ancient battle body. It was a spirit body that was comparable to an imperial body. Jin Wushuang had comprehended the inextinguishable battle intent. His battle power was extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 Jin Wushuang and Qian Yeming began an intense battle. However, even with the help of the profound Snow Phoenix's soul, Qian Yiming was still no match for Jin Wushuang. Soon he was at a disadvantage. Jin Wushuang's inextinguishable battle intent continued to stack on top of one another. It was as if an ancient battle god had appeared. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Qian Yiming was defeated by a single punch. Even the profound Snow Phoenix was severely injured and returned to Qian Yiming's body. Chapter 391. Qian Yiming did not defeat the older generation like Yi Tianyu. Although Jin Wushuang was ranked 25th in the previous battle ranking, she was only 3 ranks higher than Qi Huanmei. However, within the top 30, every difference in rank would result in a significant difference in strength. The 5th round, a new round of battle ensued. As time passed, the veteran Sky Prides gradually met up with one another. The 6th match of the 5th round was between Zhou Wuyuan and Zhang Qingtian. Zhou Wuyuan was thoroughly defeated in this battle. Even though Zhou Wuyuan had the black demonic tiger's spirit in his body, he was still unable to do anything to Zhang Qingtian, who was ranked 18th in the previous battle ranking. The 12th match of the 5th round was between Xianyuan Chixing and Wu Wudi. Xianyuan Chixing was ranked 21st in the previous battle ranking. He was the strongest genius of his generation in the Xianyuan family. He had the Li Fire divine body, and his body contained the power of Li Fire. Wu Wudi was the descendant of the ancient martial god. Not only did he have the bloodline of the ancient martial god, he also had the wind lightning divine body. The battle between the two of them was extremely intense. The two of them continuously used their killing moves and secret techniques, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. The foundations of the two top factions were fully displayed on their bodies. However, in the end, Xianyuan Chixing was unable to defeat Wu Wudi. After this battle, the 10,000 martial sect took the top 2 spots of the spiritual state battle ranking. The 19th match of the 5th round was between Qin Yu and Wu Wudi. His opponent this time was Zhou Jianian, who had been defeated by Yi Xiaoning. This battle could be said to be a battle of life and death for Zhou Jianian. If she won, she could make a comeback. If she lost, she would have no chance of being in the top 10. Seal. Right after he stepped onto the stage, Zhou Jianian immediately used his sage's ancient energy to suppress Qin Yu. Qin Yu used the Azure Dragon to increase his cultivation to rank 5 Martial Emperor, and the indestructible Stone Emperor seal appeared. Zhou Jianian's sage ancient power was blocked, and she could not approach Qin Yu. Whoosh! Seeing this, Zhou Jianian rushed out. Relying on her rank 7 Martial Emperor cultivation and the amplification of her sage's ancient energy, she planned to directly defeat Qin Yu with her valiant cultivation. She had seen the battle between Qin Yu and Du Qiao, and would not give Qin Yu a chance to use his array formation. Heavenly Stellar Godlight. Qin Yu rushed forward and clashed with Zhou Jianian, entangling him. Then the Star Dragon seal flashed. A beam of starry divine light that was dozens of feet long pierced through the sky like a shooting star. It disappeared in a flash, and many people didn't even see it clearly. Pucci! Zhou Jianian could not dodge in time. The power of the great path around him shattered, and he was severely injured. His aura was extremely weak. If the blue thunder the arch hadn't intervened at the critical moment, she would have been pierced through by the divine starlight. The heavenly stellar divine light absorbed the power of the stars and was powerful enough to pierce through the myriad worlds. With Qin Yu's rank 5 Martial Emperor cultivation, he unleashed the heavenly stellar divine light. Even though Zhou Jianian was a rank 7 Martial Emperor, it was impossible to block the attack at such a distance. Shen Feng wins. The battle ended, and, as expected, there was a heated discussion. Du Qiao, who was not willing to admit defeat at the hands of Qin Yu, had a shocked look on her face. Only now did she realize that Qin Yu did not use his true strength when fighting with her. This battle also made Qin Yu a popular candidate for the top 10. After all, Qin Yu had already defeated Du Qiao and Zhou Jianian, two old heaven's prides. What Shen Feng used just now doesn't seem to be the divine ability or secret technique of the heavenly imperial palace, right? It should be a secret technique of the dragon race. The heavenly imperial palace is indeed a top force with an inheritance from the ancient era. While the spectating cultivators were discussing whether Qin Yu would be able to enter the top 10 if he won, many Emperor Realm Masters were paying attention to the heavenly stellar divine light that Qin Yu used. The secret techniques of the dragon race were extremely rare, even in those super forces. No, that's not a secret technique, but a divine ability of the dragon race? However, at this moment, Yi Xiaoning, whose face had been cold the entire time, looked at Qin Yu with a rather astonished expression. He could tell that the heavenly stellar divine light was a divine ability of the dragon race. Although divine powers and secret techniques were often mentioned together, there was a huge difference between them if one were to really look into it. The divine abilities of the dragon race were all innate divine abilities awakened from the dragon blood source. Qin Yu actually knew a divine ability of the dragon race? Could it be that Qin Yu had the dragon race's bloodline in his body? Star of Destiny. Qin Yu, who had just jumped down from the battle arena, suddenly stopped in his tracks, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. After more than 100 elimination matches, he had defeated two older heaven's prides in a row. A star appeared in Qin Yu's fortune immortal seal in his soul. That star was about an inch in size, and its light was weak. But Qin Yu could clearly sense that the star was condensed from the power of destiny. The fortune immortal seal contained the power of destiny, and only the star of destiny could be used to consume it. The battles continued. In the 5th round, the 36th battle, Yi Xiaoning versus Yi Tianyu. This was the first time an internal battle had occurred since the ranking battle. While everyone was looking forward to it, Yi Tianyu directly forfeited the battle, and Yi Xiaoning won. This made many people feel surprised. Based on Yi Tianyu's previous victory over Qi Huanmei, his battle strength was comparable to the older heaven's prides. He was also the crown prince of the heavenly spirit dynasty. But now he actually forfeited the battle against Yi Xiaoning. Didn't this mean that he thought he was inferior to Yi Xiaoning? Outsiders didn't know the details, but the descendants of the heavenly spirit dynasty's imperial family knew what was going on. When Yi Xiaoning entered the martial emperor realm, he fought with Yi Tianyu. In the end, Yi Tianyu was completely defeated. Yi Xiaoning's cultivation was far beyond everyone's expectations. Therefore, Yi Tianyu directly forfeited the battle. In the 5th round, the 42nd battle, Tang Mingxin versus Kong Bitao. This battle aroused the crowd's anticipation. Tang Mingxin, born with the fire divine body, grasped the golden crow divine fire. His fire control was superb, not inferior to Yi Tianyu's. Kong Bitao, who killed the evil emperor's grandson, had the bloodline of the ancient guardian spirit, the evil god. Although his strength wasn't as strong as Wan Tianya, Wu Wudi, and the others, he was still among the older generation experts. He had always been a popular candidate for the top 10, so he shouldn't be defeated like Qi Huanmei. What? You're not forfeiting this time? I advise you to think carefully. Otherwise, you'll end up like the previous ranking battle. Kong Bitao crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Tang Mingxin with a hint of contempt. In the previous ranking battle, Tang Mingxin overestimated himself and challenged him, and ended up seriously injured. You should think about yourself. Tang Mingxin formed a seal with his hands, and the fiery runes on his face lit up, and the golden crow, divine fire appeared. The powerful aura of a middle stage, 7th rank martial artist wreaked havoc. Haha, you think you can defeat me just because you're a rank 7 martial emperor? Kong Bitao sneered and opened his hands. His 10 fingers were like claws, and there was a substantial force revolving around them. Fire god technique, burning the heavens. Tang Mingxin, whose face was covered in flames, immediately attacked. The purple-gold flames on his body seemed to be sentient. They turned into dozens of fire beasts and pounced at Kong Bitao. Tang Mingxin was born with the fire divine body, and after he activated it, the power of the golden crow divine fire increased by several times. Even the void was faintly burning. Chapter 392. Break. Kong Bitao took a step forward, traversing a distance of 1,000 feet and appearing in front of Tang Mingxin. The purple-gold flame beasts that had locked onto him were torn to shreds by his claws. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Golden fire spirit crow. Tang Mingxin's eyes narrowed. Kong Bitao's strength was several times stronger than 3 years ago. He formed a seal with his hands and changed his attack. The purple-gold divine fire gathered above Tang Mingxin's head and turned into a purple-gold fire crow that was about 10 feet tall. Go! Tang Mingxin pointed his finger, and the purple-gold fire crow flapped its wings and pounced on Kong Bitao. Child's play! Kong Bitao sneered. The dark gray energy on his claws was as cold as a blade. Whoosh! Kong Bitao crossed his claws. In the void, 10 streaks of claw chi drifted out. The purple-gold fire crow was torn apart. Furthermore, the 10 claw auras continued to elongate. Like a fishing net, they enveloped Tang Mingxin. Fire god body, awaken! Tang Mingxin's body turned cold, and he immediately formed a seal with his hands. The fire god body was completely awakened. Dazzling dark purple flames erupted like a volcano and soared into the sky. The claw chi that had transformed into a net of chi was burning so much that it started to distort. Kong Bitao's sneer froze. Tang Mingxin had completely awakened the fire god body, and the power that erupted from it shocked him. Evil, slaying destruction. Kong Bitao's attack changed. The dark gray energy condensed and emitted an evil and gloomy wave. Whoosh! The dark purple flames that erupted like a volcano were cut by the dark gray energy like a blade. It was immediately torn into dozens of pieces like a piece of cloth. The void around Tang Mingxin was torn apart. He was severely injured and flew backward. His aura was weak. Kong Bitao won. The evil slaying 19 styles, the secret skill of the evil slaying emperor. Many onlookers were shocked as they recognized the secret skill Kong Bitao had used. The evil slaying emperor was a secret skill created by the top emperors of the evil god dynasty and had killed 19 emperors in a row. Therefore, this fierce and famous secret skill was called the evil slaying 19 styles. Kong Bitao looked disdainfully at the pale Tang Mingxin and left proudly. Although the battle was exciting, it did not cause a huge commotion. After all, Kong Bitao was a veteran prodigy who could rank in the top 10. 5th round, 47th battle. Ancient Frost Demon against Du Qiao. There was no suspense in this battle. The 50th match of the 5th round was between Wan Tianya and Zhou Jianian. Zhou Jianian surrendered. 6th round, 2nd match, Jin Wushuang versus Xianyuan Wentian. Jin Wushuang had the ancient war body, while Xianyuan Wentian had the innate 5 elements emperor body. The two great battles were quite intense and exciting. In the end, Jin Wushuang won, but it was not an easy victory. On the contrary, Xianyuan Wentian's reputation had become even more resounding. The leader of the 4 great ghosts, he lived up to his name. 6th round, 15th match, Sun Xiyu versus Xianyuan Chixing. Sun Xiyu did not use the power she had used to defeat Kong Minggu, so she was defeated. However, everyone could tell that Sun Xiyu was holding back her strength. Her goal was to rush into the top 20. In the 24th match of the 7th round, Yi Xiaoning defeated Pang Han with a single strike. Ever since he defeated Zhou Jianian, Yi Xiaoning's strength seemed to have broken some kind of seal and became stronger and stronger. That incomparably sharp sword might made even the top 10 geniuses feel their hearts palpitate faintly. In the 49th match of the 8th round, Qin Yu versus Yi Tianyu. Although Yi Tianyu surrendered when he encountered Yi Xiaoning, Yi Tianyu did not surrender to Qin Yu, and even seemed a little excited. On the arena, in the Sumeru realm, the two of them faced each other from a distance of hundreds of meters. I remember that you are also proficient in the way of fire. Why don't we have a battle of the way of fire? After announcing the start of the battle, Yi Tianyu did not make a move. Instead, he smiled at Qin Yu. As you wish. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. He could roughly guess Yi Tianyu's intention. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing dragon mark appeared on Qin Yu's palm. The golden flame heaven incinerating fire, which was shockingly powerful, burst out with a whistling sound, as if it could burn the sky and the earth. Is that the real dragon fire? The appearance of the golden heaven incinerating fire surprised many onlookers. The golden heaven incinerating fire exuded a vast aura. It was the power of the dragon clan. 9 spirits fire. Yi Tianyu's eyes lit up. 9 colored flames immediately appeared and covered his body like a 9-colored flame armor. The power it exuded was not any weaker than the dragon fire. After all, the Heavenly Spirit God Court had spent a lot of effort to combine many heaven and earth spirit fires to create this divine fire. 9 flames God killing array. The moment the 9 spirits fire appeared, Yi Tianyu immediately set up the 9 flames God killing array. This was his most powerful killing array, which could be used for both offense and defense. Previously, he had used this array to suppress Qi Huanmei and become one of the top prodigies of the older generation. Now, Yi Tianyu was obviously going to use the same trick again. But what surprised everyone was that Yi Tianyu's fire array was not enough. Qin Yu stood where he was and did not move at all, allowing Yi Tianyu to surround him with the 9 flames God-killing array. Secret technique, fire devour. Yi Tianyu's smile widened as he formed a seal with his hands. 9 colored flame chains appeared in the 9 flames God-killing array and bound Qin Yu tightly. Then they saw the lifelike, sky-incinerating golden flame dragon around Qin Yu. It was immediately sealed by the flame chains and kept being pulled out and merged with the 9 spirits' fire. He's really here for the golden flame dragon. Qin Yu's expression was normal, and he did not do anything to Yi Tianyu's actions. In a few breaths' time, the vast golden flame dragon was completely devoured by the 9 flames God-killing array. It's about time. Just as Yi Tianyu was excited and ready to control the 9 flames God-killing array to completely eliminate Qin Yu. Devour! Qin Yu's hands suddenly formed a seal. Roar! A dragon's roar could be vaguely heard from Yi Tianyu's 9 flames God-killing array. In the next moment, countless wisps of golden flames that contained a vast dragon's might shot out from the 9 spirits, divine fire. In an instant, they covered all of the 9 spirits, divine fire. The 2 flames were like 2 ferocious beasts as they fought fiercely in the void. What's going on? Yi Tianyu's excited expression suddenly changed. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and activated the 9 spirits' fire to suppress the golden flame dragon. Unfortunately, the golden flame dragon had reached the martial emperor realm. The power of the golden flame dragon had also undergone a transformation. If it was during the martial gathering, Yi Tianyu could still suppress it. But now he could only watch as the 9 spirits' fire was gradually devoured by the golden flame dragon. It can't be. In the Tianyang sacred land, Tang Mingxin's face was still pale when he saw the scene in the arena. His eyes narrowed as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Tang Mingxin was born with a fire divine body, so he could naturally see it. Yi Tianyu had used a secret technique left behind by the fire god, which could suppress all flames in the world. It was a supreme secret technique of the fire Tao that even he was tempted. But in front of Qin Yu's golden flame dragon, it was suppressed? Chapter 393. Damn it, I was tricked. Withdraw. He sensed that the 9 spirits' divine fire was in a bad situation. Yi Tianyu immediately dispersed the 9 spirits' divine fire array and tried to withdraw the 9 spirits' divine fire. Devour! But at this moment, Qin Yu changed his hand seal. The golden flame, heaven-burning dragon, turned into a 1,000-meter-long golden flame dragon and whizzed past like a flood. The 9 spirits' divine fire in the arena was completely devoured. Immediately, the might of the golden flame heaven incinerating fire increased by more than a few times. The might of the fire was vast and mighty. Puchi! Yi Tianyu's body shook, and his face turned pale as he spat out blood. Although the origin flame of the 9 spirits, divine fire, it was still in his body, but 90% of the 9 spirits, divine fire's power had been devoured. This caused Yi Tianyu to suffer a huge backlash, and his battle strength was greatly weakened. Boom! After devouring the 9 spirits' divine fire, the golden flame dragon rushed out like a 1,000-meter-long wave of fire. With an undefeatable pressure, he rushed towards Yi Tianyu, who was suffering from a severe backlash. Crack! Blue lightning flashed, and the golden flame dragon was sealed in the void. The blue lightning emperor had made his move. Shen Feng wins. The conclusion of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. It was truly something that no one had expected. Countless people discussed it spiritedly. Originally, with Yi Tianyu's strength, if he didn't think about refining Qin Yu's dragon fire, even if he couldn't defeat Qin Yu, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Now that 90% of the 9 spirits' divine fire had been devoured, its power wouldn't be a threat to the martial emperor realm. Yi Tianyu's battle strength would drop like a cliff. Originally, he had been predicted to be a popular genius who could make it into the top 10. But in his current state, it would be difficult for him to even make it into the top 20. This made the people of the heavenly spirit god dynasty extremely embarrassed. They had wanted to rely on Yi Tianyu and Yi Xiaoning to shine in this year's spiritual state battle ranking. But they didn't expect that Yi Tianyu would be defeated by Qin Yu, and he couldn't get up at all. After this battle, Qin Yu's reputation had also increased even more. Now, Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning's battle results had surpassed many of the older geniuses, and they were the most popular candidates for the top 10. The 7th round, Sun Shiyu against Jin Wushuang. Sun Shiyu also forfeited this round. In the 8th round, Yi Xiaoning fought against Zhou Yuan and won easily. 9th round, Xianyuan Wentian versus Zhang Qingtian. In this match, Xianyuan Wentian had once again performed brilliantly. Of course, in front of the 18-year-old Zhang Qingtian from the previous tournament, Xianyuan Wentian naturally ended up in defeat. In the 10th round, Kong Bitao fought against Jin Wushuang. This was a battle of the strongest. Last time, Kong Bitao ranked 24th, and Jin Wushuang ranked 25th. The two of them had already had an exciting battle in the last competition. This time, it would definitely be even more amazing. Evil Killing Seal. Compared to fighting Tang Mingxin with ease when facing Jin Wushuang, Kong Bitao was much more serious. In the previous battle ranking, Jin Wushuang had nearly turned the tables around. So this time, after Kong Bitao went up on stage, he immediately formed a seal with his hands. Above his head, an ancient divine seal condensed, emitting an incomparably frightening evil aura. Inextinguishable fighting will. Jin Wushuang's eyes narrowed. The ancient war monarch body was unsealed. A monstrous fighting will descended, wreaking havoc in the void. Within the monstrous fighting will, an inextinguishable fighting will could be faintly seen. Fight! Jin Wushuang roared. With a vast fighting will, he immediately charged towards Kong Bitao. Kill! Kong Bitao was not afraid at all. He met the attack head-on, waving his claws repeatedly. Unleashing the evil killing 19th style, countless dark gray claw auras twisted and danced in the void like a spider web. This time, with the amplification of the evil killing seal, the power of the evil killing 19th style was several times stronger than when he was fighting Tang Mingxin. Bang! 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 Jin Wushuang's fighting shattered the evil-killing aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The two of them engaged in an intense battle, using all their means and exploding with terrifying fighting power. Among the countless spectators, even the rank 8 martial emperors who had stepped into the ranks of the peak martial emperors had extremely grave expressions. Even they were a little fearful when facing Kong Bitao and Jin Wushuang. A sense of danger emerged in their hearts. The two of them fought for almost an hour. It was the longest battle in the history of the battle ranking. At this time, the gap between the two of them was gradually revealed. Although Kong Bitao's fighting strength was not weakened, Jin Wushuang's fighting was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, Kong Bitao was suppressed by Jin Wushuang. Slaughter the heavens and sacrifice the evil. After being sent flying by Jin Wushuang with another punch, Kong Bitao's hands emitted a sinister black aura. If he continued to be suppressed like this, he would definitely lose. Therefore, he had to use his killing move. The evil killing seal above Kong Bitao's head shot a ray of light into the sinister black aura on his hands. Whoosh! Kong Bitao's hands suddenly tore at the incoming Jin Wushuang, who was surging with fighting will. 10 steel-like, dark gray claw auras flashed in the void and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! Jin Wushuang's inextinguishable fighting will was torn to shreds. There were 10 bloody wounds on his body. His flesh and blood were tumbling, and his bones were broken. It looked as if Jin Wushuang's entire body had been cut in half at the waist. Kong Bitao wins! The Azure Lightning Emperor made a move and dispersed the evil-killing aura in Jin Wushuang's body. This battle caused a lot of heated discussion. The power of the 19 evil-killing moves made even many venerable sovereigns look serious. It was an extremely pure killing power. The power it emitted made even their hearts palpitate. Kong Bitao relied on this battle to secure his position in the top 10. After Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi, who were first and second respectively, he was once again in the top 10. In the 11th round, Tang Mingxin fought Xianyuan Chixing and lost. In the 12th round, Zhou Yuan fought Xianyuan Wentian in the Battle of the Four Ghosts. However, the outcome was decided in a few moves. Although Xianyuan Wentian had defeated the older generation prodigies consecutively, he won against Zhou Yuan, who was of the same generation. In the 13th round, Su Shiyu fought Tang Mingxin and lost. In the 14th round, Xianyuan Wentian fought Ancient Frost Demon and lost. In the 15th round, Qin Yu fought Tang Mingxin and won with the Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon, suppressing the Golden Crow Divine Fire. In the 16th round, Wan Tianya fought Xianyuan Chixing and won with Wan Tianya. In the 17th round, Wu Wudi fought Jin Wushuang, and his inextinguishable fighting will was destroyed by the martial god's ultimate skill. Just like that, after one battle after another, the geniuses ranked in the bottom 50 of the battle roll had been eliminated. The prodigies who made it into the top 15 had changed a lot. Among the 7 top forces, Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu from the Heavenly Imperial Palace made it into the top 50. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Jinian from the Sage Divine Dynasty, and Zheng Qingtian and Kong Bitao from the Blood Sacrifice Divine Dynasty. Tang Mingxin and Jin Wushuang from the Heavenly Sun, Sacred Ground, and Xianyuan Wentian and Xianyuan Chixing from the Xianyuan family. Ancient Frost Demon and Qi Huanmei from the Ancient Frost Island, and Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi from the 10,000 Martial Sect. Among the top 10 forces, Yi Tianyu and Yi Xiaoning from the Heavenly Spirit Divine Dynasty, and Qian Yuming from the Immeasurable Divine Dynasty. Zhuge Yingfeng and other prodigies from the Zhuge family also made it into the top 10. Chapter 394. After eliminating all the top 50 prodigies, almost 70 rounds of the ranking battle had passed. The next 30 rounds would determine the top 30. This was also the most interesting battle in the history of the leaderboard. So far, there were only 7 people who had maintained a perfect record. Wan Tianya, Wu Wudi, Zheng Qingtian, Kong Bitao, Qin Yu, Yi Xiaoning, and Zhuge Yingfeng. Among these 7 people, the top 4 were predicted to be the top 4 of the leaderboard. As for Qin Yu, Yi Xiaoning, and Zhuge Yingfeng, they were only popular prodigies in the top 10. Originally, it was very simple. Their perfect record had a lot to do with luck. For example, Jin Wushuang, Ancient Frost Demon, Xianyuan Chixing, and the others had never fought. Therefore, they were only popular prodigies in the top 10. Whether or not they could make it to the top 10 depended on their true strength. However, judging from their current combat strength, it shouldn't be a problem for them to make it to the top 20. Unless they were seriously injured like Yi Tianyu, whose combat strength dropped like a cliff. Of course, Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning were the only ones. No matter what their final ranking was, they were the most dazzling existences in this spiritual state leaderboard. In the history of the spiritual state, there had never been such a monstrous newcomer. TSK, he actually won with a perfect record. Kong Bitao's eyes were gloomy. The fact that Qin Yu had the same battle record as him made him very unhappy. Extremely unhappy. However, now that Qin Yu had made it to the top 50, he would definitely fight him. Thinking of this, Kong Bitao's gloomy eyes became even colder and more terrifying. When the bottom 50 prodigies went to the arena next to them, the ranking battle of the top 50 prodigies immediately began. Among the top 50 prodigies, the ones that everyone paid the most attention to were naturally Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning. Everyone wanted to see how far these 2 most dazzling stars of the year could go. 70th round, 7th round, Yi Xiaoning against Xianyuan Wentian. Not long after the new round of battles, after a few battles without any suspense, one of the 2 rising stars, Yi Xiaoning, fought against the head of the 4 great ghosts, Xianyuan Wentian, who was hailed as the next myriad horizon. The battle between the 2 had attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Looking at the battle prowess displayed so far, Xianyuan Wentian should have an absolute advantage. After all, judging from Xianyuan Wentian's battle prowess against Jin Wushuang, Zheng Qingtian, and the Ancient Frost Devil, it was clear that Xianyuan Wentian's battle prowess was very strong. Among the prodigies who had made a name for themselves in the last tournament's tournament, only those prodigies of the older generation could still barely suppress Xianyuan Wentian. However, Yi Xiaoning's combat strength had always been a mystery. Up until now, no one had been able to force him to go all out. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win this battle. Let me see how strong you really are. Xianyuan Wentian ascended the stage, his body emitting a dense 5-colored glow. He had the innate 5 elemental monarch body and cultivated the innate 5 elemental power. The connate 5 elemental qi could not only restrain the Tao of the 5 elemental Tao, but it could also enhance each other's battle prowess. It was precisely because of this that Xianyuan Wentian had the strength to fight against opponents of a higher level. However, facing Yi Xiaoning, who was a rank 1 martial emperor, Xianyuan Wentian did not have much confidence. The strength of the Way of the Sword that Yi Xiaoning had displayed earlier had made him feel even more pressured. Whoosh! Yi Xiaoning did not speak any nonsense. Mysterious sword patterns lit up on his iron sword, and torrential sword might burst forth. His body leaped, quickly approached, and slashed with his sword. A resplendent sword aura pierced through the air, and a pitch-black crack faintly appeared in the void. Slashing through the void, Yi Xiaoning's sword might became even stronger. 5 elemental god emperor fist. Xianyuan Wentian did not dodge at all and faced it head-on. He clenched his hands into fists, and the 5 elemental innate energy condensed. Carrying 5-colored divine light, he suddenly punched through the air. The 5 elemental god emperor fist was a supreme divine art created by the 5 elemental god emperor during the primordial era. When Xianyuan Wentian awakened the innate 5 elemental monarch body, the Xianyuan family obtained this great treasure. He would pay a huge price to obtain this divine art and allow Xianyuan Wentian's emperor physique to unleash its greatest potential. The resplendent sword aura collided with the 5 elemental god emperor fist. After the sword aura trembled slightly, it easily cut through the 5 elemental god emperor fist. Its might was not reduced in the slightest. Countless spectators were shocked. The might of Yi Xiaoning's way of the sword was simply too terrifying. The corners of Xianyuan Wentian's eyes twitched slightly. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. The instant the 5 elemental god emperor fist was cut through, his hands moved and the 5 elemental god emperor fist moved to the left. Even the sword aura was affected and changed its trajectory, causing it to miss. Whoosh! The instant the 5 elemental god emperor fist was affected, Xianyuan Wentian rushed towards Yi Xiaoning in a flash. Although Yi Xiaoning's battle strength was extremely terrifying, his cultivation was only that of a rank 1 martial emperor. His defensive ability was definitely far inferior to Xianyuan Wentian's. The outcome of a battle was not as simple as whose attack was stronger. 5 elemental heaven annihilating fist. When the two of them were only several dozen meters apart, dazzling 5-colored divine light blossomed from Xianyuan Wentian's body. The innate 5 elemental energy condensed like a flood and transformed into a 5 elemental god emperor fist, several dozen meters in size. It possessed the might to suppress the heavens and earth. Sword explosion. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoning's attack changed for the first time. The rusty iron sword that was covered in mysterious sword patterns was raised high. With the iron sword as the center, tens of millions of sharp swords of light soared into the sky. In an instant, a sword aura storm several thousand meters in size condensed. The moment the 5 elemental god emperor fist came into contact with the sword aura storm, it was immediately shattered into pieces. Boom! Yi Xiaoning slashed through the air before countless shocked gazes. That 3,000-meter wide sword aura storm was like a 3,000-meter wide mountain as it pressed down on Xianyuan Wentian. The suppression of that world-destroying sword might cause the several hundred meters of air around Xianyuan Wentian to explode. Xianyuan Wentian was unable to dodge it. 5 elemental reincarnation fist. Xianyuan Wentian's expression was extremely grave. However, he did not admit defeat. He let out a roar, and the innate 5 elemental monarch body burst forth with boundless 5-colored mantras. The 5 elemental god emperor body condensed, and once again transformed into a 5 elemental god emperor fist. However, this 5 elemental energy crazily circulated around this 5 elemental god emperor fist. At a glance, it looked like a 5 elemental whirlpool. This was Xianyuan Wentian's strongest move. Previously, when he was fighting against Jin Wushuang and the others, he did not use it because he knew that he would lose without a doubt. However, against Yi Xiaoning, he could not tolerate losing. Boom boom! The 5 elemental reincarnation fist that Xianyuan Wentian used was indeed extremely powerful. Unfortunately, in front of that 3,000-meter wide sword aura storm, it was immediately shattered after a short confrontation. It turned into a sky full of 5-colored divine light that wreaked havoc. It was completely unable to stop that 3,000-meter wide sword aura storm. Yi Xiaoning wins. The blue lightning god emperor waved his sleeve and green lightning filled the sky. That 3,000-meter wide sword aura storm was immediately broken, and Yi Xiaoning was declared the winner. This battle caused an earth-shattering heated discussion. Xianyuan Wentian's combat strength was not weak. Even Jin Wushuang and the others had serious expressions when they saw that 5 elemental reincarnation fist. If Xianyuan Wentian had used it against them earlier, they would have had to use all their trump cards to block it. However, Xianyuan Wentian, who had such monstrous combat strength, was completely defeated by Yi Xiaoning with just 2 strikes. Chapter 395. How strong is his true combat strength? Among the top 50 prodigies, many of those who were qualified to fight for the top 20 had serious looks in their eyes. In that battle earlier, from start to end, Yi Xiaoning only executed 2 swords. 1 sword aura and 1 sword explosion. With 2 moves, Xianyuan Wentian was immediately defeated. If the blue lightning god sovereign had not intervened, Xianyuan Wentian would have been crippled if not dead. This made Jin Wushuang and the other prodigies of the older generation feel even more pressured. Even Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi's faces turned serious. Although Yi Xiaoning was not their match now, he was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to grow for 3 years, when they met again in the next combat ranking tournament, what would be their chances of victory? After this battle, Yi Xiaoning directly removed his title as a top 10 candidate and became the true top 10 of the combat ranking. With such strength, no matter how one looked at it, he could be ranked in the top 10. 73rd round, 9th battle, Xin Feng versus Kong Bitao. However, after the battle between Yi Xiaoning and Xianyuan Wentian, Qin Yu's battle arrived. The heated discussion immediately disappeared by more than half. Countless gazes returned to Qin Yu. Qin Yu carried the title of having the strongest potential since the beginning of the combat ranking tournament. His reputation was even higher than Yi Xiaoning's, and he was called the strongest newcomer. Along the way, Qin Yu did not fail to live up to the reputation he carried. He won with a perfect victory. Therefore, who was stronger between Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning had always been the core of everyone's comparison. Now that Qin Yu met Kong Bitao, as long as he did not give up, they should be able to see Qin Yu's true strength. Swoosh! Just as the blue lightning god sovereign announced, a figure impatiently leaped onto the stage. It was Kong Bitao. Xin Feng, don't tell me you don't dare to come up? Kong Bitao looks down at Qin Yu with disdain in his eyes. He was really afraid that Qin Yu would be like Sun Xiu, avoiding them and only seeking to enter the top 20. Kong Bitao's strength is unfathomable. There's no need to. Among the geniuses, Sun Xiu immediately sent a message to Qin Yu, asking him not to accept the challenge. Just like her, Qin Yu had unlimited potential. The future was their stage. Now, there was no need for him to compete with Kong Bitao and the other older generation geniuses. Whoosh! However, before Sun Xiu could finish her voice transmission, Qin Yu had already leaped onto the arena. This guy, Sun Xiu, gritted her teeth. She was both angry and worried. The sacrificial evil god court was the archenemy of the Heaven Emperor Palace. It was inevitable that Kong Bitao would be ruthless in the dark. This time, the Blue Lightning Emperor was the referee. However, in the previous battle rankings, even if there were Emperor-level masters gambling, there were many cases of serious injuries or even deaths. He actually accepted the challenge. Is it because he's confident, or is he angered? Wan, Tianya, Wu Wudi, and the others all revealed looks of interest. Compared to Yi Xiaoning and Xianyuan Wentian, this was a battle between the new generation. They were looking forward to this battle between the new generation and the old. Shi Tiangang and the other emperors of the Heaven Emperor Palace and the sacrificial evil god court couldn't help but watch with rapt attention. However, Shi Tiangang and the others looked a little serious. The eyes of the sacrificial evil god court's emperor flashed with cold, murderous intent. Qin Yu's talent was too terrifying. He couldn't be allowed to grow. Looks like you have some guts after all. Kong Bitao smiled when he saw this. The malevolence in his smile sent chills down one's spine. You don't have the right to make me cower. Qin Yu's calm voice made Kong Bitao's expression even more ferocious. Begin. The Blue Lightning Emperor glanced at Kong Bitao and Qin Yu. A layer of blue lightning vaguely appeared on his body. There was no doubt that Kong Bitao and Qin Yu wouldn't show mercy to each other. Even the Blue Lightning Emperor had to take this battle seriously. As the referee, he didn't just announce the outcome of the battle. The timing of his attack had to be perfect. Otherwise, he would become a laughing stock. Whoosh! Almost at this moment, Kong Bi Tao snorted coldly, turned into a series of afterimages and rushed out. As he charged out, he waved his hands and sharp claw winds tore through the void. Kong Bi Tao didn't waste any time on Qin Yu. He immediately used the 19 forms of the evil slayer. Whoosh! Qin Yu's cultivation immediately rose to rank 5 martial emperor after he used the Azure Dragon Battle technique. Qin Yu didn't retreat at all. His figure flashed as the sky splitter spear condensed in his hand. His spear suddenly pierced through the void. Boom! That spear strike of Qin Yu's contained a frightening, slaughtering power. The 10 gray claw winds that were aimed at Qin Yu were immediately shattered and turned into violent shockwaves that wreaked havoc. The sky splitter spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Its might didn't decrease as it pierced through the void toward Kong Bi Tao. When the spear struck out, the void trembled and the clouds shattered. You do have some skills, but that's all. Evil Slayer. Kong Bi Tao sneered as black mist appeared on his hands. The might of the 19 forms of the Evil Slayer immediately increased by several times. His hands changed and 10 pitch-black claw winds intersected. The sky splitter spear was directly torn apart. As the archenemy of the heavenly imperial palace, the sacrificial evil deity dynasty naturally knew about the war emperor transformation. A true divine weapon was indestructible. The divine weapon created by the heavenly emperor palace couldn't even be considered a fake. Of course, in terms of power, it was far above a divine weapon. Unfortunately, it was only effective against people of the same cultivation level. The instant the sky splitter spear was destroyed, Kong Bi Tao's expression became extremely sinister as he pounced toward Qin Yu. As he pounced, black mist surrounded his hands. A pitch-black evil aura surged, and a pitch-black ancient rune faintly appeared. However, the pitch-black ancient rune was hidden in his pitch-black palms and didn't emit any fluctuations. Evil Spirit Rune. Below the battle stage, Zhang Qingtian's expression changed slightly as he sensed the pitch-black ancient rune. It was one of the sacrificial evil deity dynasty's evil techniques. Even in the sacrificial evil deity dynasty, not many people knew about it. The evil spirit rune was formed by the evil aura of the sacrificial spirit. It attacked silently and only revealed itself when it attacked. However, when the evil spirit rune attacked, one soul would be destroyed. Even someone as strong as the Blue Lightning Emperor couldn't save Qin Yu in that instant. This fluctuation, murderous intent, flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Outsiders might not know about the evil spirit rune, but Qin Yu had fought the sacrificial evil god emperor before. How could he not know about it? Crack! However, Qin Yu didn't dodge. Purple lightning runes quietly appeared in his right hand. At this moment, the Blue Lightning Emperor's eyes flashed, and his gaze fell on Qin Yu's right hand. Die! At this moment, Kong Bi Tao had already charged toward Qin Yu. He tore through the air with his claws, shattering Qin Yu's true Yuan barrier. Then he struck out with his palm. Hundreds of pitch-black streaks of energy shot toward Qin Yu from all directions. Boom! Qin Yu waved his right hand and a deafening clap of thunder sounded. The purple lightning that was as vast as the sea exploded, and the hundreds of pitch-black qi that were attacking were instantly destroyed. Kong Bi Tao, who had a sinister smile on his face, was covered by the destructive purple lightning and sent flying several thousand feet away. After being sent flying, Kong Bi Tao's face paled, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His aura also became a bit weak. Chapter 396. It can't be. Kong Bi Tao is not only suppressed, but also injured. Xin Feng's strength has reached such a level. Countless onlookers were shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. How much strength has this kid been hiding? Even Shi Tiangang and the others from the imperial palace were dumbfounded and shocked. From the martial competition of the divine dynasty to the virtual space to the spiritual state battle ranking Qin Yu's strength had exceeded their expectations and shocked them again and again. Is that the heavenly thunder of purple cloud? A trace of shock flashed in the blue lightning Thearka's eyes. He recognized that the purple thunder Qin Yu had just used was the ancient heavenly thunder of purple cloud. This kind of domineering thunder had been a legend since the end of the ancient times. Now, Qin Yu could use it, which made the blue lightning the arch admire the strength of the imperial palace. However, he didn't know that Qin Yu's many tricks had nothing to do with the imperial palace. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely evil and gloomy aura soared into the sky. Kong Bitao, who has been sent flying and vomited blood, walks towards Qin Yu step by step like a demonic beast that has gone berserk and is filled with killing intent. I'll kill you. Kong Bitao stares at Qin Yu with extremely vicious and gloomy eyes, as if he wants to chop Qin Yu into 10,000 pieces. Immediately, Kong Bitao turned into an afterimage and rushed toward Qin Yu. 3 evil slaying seals appeared around him. He used the most powerful of the 19 evil slaying styles, kill the heavens and sacrifice the evil. Dozens of steel-like, dark gray claw energies flew toward Qin Yu like demons, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. Break! A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The sky splitter spear formed in his right hand, and a layer of divine light covered the spear. Then a black dragon seal appeared in his right palm, enhanced by the power of the 9 hells purgatory. Boom! With a stab of the spear, a vacuum tunnel that was dozens of meters wide and thousands of meters long appeared in the void. It was the void that was penetrated by the spear. Kong Bitao's kill the heavens and sacrifice the evil was immediately shattered. How is this possible? At the critical moment, Kong Bitao, who had hurriedly dodged the long spear, had a face full of shock and fear. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been seriously injured, even if he wasn't crippled. Rumble. Seeing this, the lightning seal on Qin Yu's left palm flickered. In the void, a light purple divine thunder struck down as fast as lightning, locking onto Kong Bitao. God blood awakening, sacrificial spirit god power. Kong Bitao's body turned cold, and his face changed dramatically. His hands rapidly formed a seal. A boundless, ancient, evil aura suddenly emanated from Kong Bitao's body. Vaguely, a shadow of evil aura rose from Kong Bitao's body. An aura that seemed to come from the primordial times swept across the land. Even the guardian spirit's bloodline was unsealed. Zhang Qingtian's expression was grave. Kong Bitao had the bloodline of the sacrificial evil god dynasties, first-generation guardian spirit ancestor. Now that he had even used his guardian spirit bloodline, it was obvious that he had been forced into a desperate situation. How could Qin Yu possess such terrifying battle prowess? Seeing this, Qin Yu's lips curled up in a cold smile. Within the thunder seal in his left palm, a purple dragon shadow flashed for a moment before disappearing. Oh no! At this moment, the azure lightning arch instantly sensed that a blue lightning bolt had appeared above Kong Bitao's head. Almost at the same time, the light purple lightning bolt immediately turned dark purple. Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions resounded across the land. The area within 1,000 miles of the arena had turned into a sea of purple lightning. Countless onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They were incomparably shocked. This was the purple lightning divine dragon's innate theurgy, divine firmament lightning. But in the next moment, an incomparably huge azure lightning beast appeared and swallowed all the divine firmament lightning. Qin Yu, the azure lightning arch, and Kong Bitao's figures appeared. Qin Yu's body was surrounded by a layer of purple lightning, and he was safe and sound. Azure lightning surrounded the azure, lightning the arch, like a tiger, suppressing the surroundings. But Kong Bitao's face was pale. His clothes were tattered, and his breathing was chaotic. He was in an extremely sorry state. Qin Yu's last divine firmament lightning had been detected by the azure lightning the arch in time. However, Some of them still managed to land on Kong Bitao, causing severe injuries to him. Kong Bitao cultivated the evil spirit force, which was the evil Tao. Qin Yu's divine firmament world-exterminating lightning was extremely strong and ferocious, completely suppressing him. If the azure lightning arch had not intervened, Kong Bitao would have died. Shenfeng wins. The azure lightning arch dispersed the blue lightning around him and announced Qin Yu's victory. Qin Yu glanced at Kong Bitao. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He stepped out of the arena. Although the move just now did not kill Kong Bitao, it had caused great damage to his bloodline source. Kong Bitao would not be able to recover without 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years would pass in the blink of an eye for a martial emperor. But for the younger generation, even if they wasted a year, it would cause great damage to their breakthrough to the emperor realm, let alone 3 to 5 years. They might even be unable to break through to the emperor realm because of this. He actually won. What kind of monster is this Shen Feng? This dark horse is really amazing. Hearing the azure lightning thearch's words, the onlookers who had been silent immediately burst into an uproar. They originally thought that they would be able to see Qin Yu's strength through this battle, but they did not expect that Kong Bitao, who was ranked 24th in the last competition, would be defeated by Qin Yu. He could not even withstand a single blow. In just a few moves, he was seriously injured. How is this half? Among the top 50 geniuses, Sun Shiyu stared at Qin Yu, dumbfounded. She remembered that Qin Yu had said before that he had used half of his strength. Judging from the combat strength Qin Yu had just shown, Qin Yu had not even used half of his strength in the elimination battle. This made Sun Shiyu, who originally wanted to compete with Qin Yu, give up the idea. If she wanted to compete with him, wouldn't she just be looking for a beating? How can a grade 2 martial emperor display such combat strength? Not only Sun Shiyu, but Zhang Qingtian, Jin Wushuang, Xianyuan Qixing, and Gu Hanemo were also shocked. Qin Yu's combat strength had completely exceeded their expectations. If they were the ones who fought just now, would they be able to injure Kong Bitao so easily? Everyone could not help but have this thought in their hearts. We have completely underestimated him. Even Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi's eyes turned slightly serious. Although they could also defeat Kong Bitao, it would still be difficult for them to reach Qin Yu's level. That was also the Dragon Clan's divine ability, just now. Yi Xiaoning's eyes flashed slightly. First, it was the Fire Dragon Clan's divine ability. Now, it was the Lightning Dragon Clan's divine ability. A human actually mastered 2 divine abilities of the Dragon Clan? Even in the Dragon Clan, this was difficult to achieve, right? 73rd round, 12th battle, Sun Shiyu versus Yi Tianyu. Amidst the heated discussion, the top 50 battles continued. After 2 rounds, Sun Shiyu was up against Yi Tianyu. This battle, which could have been evenly matched, was easily won by Sun Shiyu because Yi Tianyu's spiritual fire was greatly weakened. Sun Shiyu was 1 step closer to the top 20. Chapter 397. From the current results, as long as Sun Shiyu fought steadily, it should not be a problem for her to enter the top 20. Among the 4 great prodigies, other than Sun Shiyu, Xianyuan Wentian's results were enough to enter the top 20. However, Tang Mingxin and Zhou Wuyuan's situation was a little dangerous. Tang Mingxin had been severely injured by Kong Bitao and had been invaded by the evil spirit energy. His injuries were not light, and his combat strength had been weakened by a lot. As for Zhou Wuyuan, although his second soul was the mystic snow phoenix, his combat strength was still too weak. In this spiritual state battle ranking, where prodigies were everywhere, it would be difficult for him to enter the top 20. After all, he did not have the terrifying combat strength of Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning, who could fight opponents of a higher level. The battles continued, but other than Qin Yu, who defeated Kong Bitao, and the other 2 in a heaven-defying manner, the rest of the prodigies were the other prodigies. The battles of the other prodigies were well behaved, which meant that the results were expected. Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi were still two giants. The opponents they met either gave up or were easily defeated. Among the 7 people, other than Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi, only Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning had won. Kong Bitao was defeated by Qin Yu. Zheng Qingtian fought Wan Tianya. Zhuge Yingfeng was also defeated by Wu Wudi. When the ranking competition reached the 80th round, the top 10 of this year's spiritual state battle ranking had been ranked. Wan Tianya, Wu Wudi, Qin Yu, Yi Xiaoning, Zheng Qingtian, Xianyuan Chixing, Jin Wushuang, Gu Hanmo, Kong Bitao, and Zhuge Yingfeng. This ranking was based on their current battle results and the opponents they were going to encounter in the future. Unless someone lost 20 rounds in a row, their positions would not be shaken. In the end, the only thing to compete was the ranking of the top 10, or rather, it was the competition for the 3rd to 10th place. Because of Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi, it seemed that no one could shake their 1st and 2nd places. Round 81, 4th match, Yi Xiaoning against Zhuge Yingfeng. Yi Xiaoning's new round of battle had arrived. His opponent was the young patriarch of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Yingfeng. Zhuge Yingfeng was a veteran genius, but his ranking in the last battle ranking was not outstanding, being in the 30th place. But this time, Zhuge Yingfeng rose to prominence, defeating Du Qiao, Zhou Jinian, and Qi Huanmei, rushing into the top 10. Please enlighten me. After Zhuge Yingfeng bowed before the battle, he immediately formed a seal with his hands. A 1,000-foot-long gale appeared out of nowhere, wreaking havoc in the world. That was no ordinary gale, but the 9 heavens astral wind. What Zhuge Yingfeng comprehended was the way of the astral wind. The venerable sovereigns of the Zhuge clan sent him into the sky to be tempered by the 9 heavens hurricane. This tempering lasted for 3 years. Zhuge Yingfeng had also undergone a complete transformation. Qila, Yi Xiaoning took a large step forward in the face of the gale that could destroy anything in its path, and slashed out with his iron sword. Streaks of destructive sword qi crisscrossed in the void. That 10,000 feet gale had yet to approach Yi Xiaoning when it was directly torn apart by the sword qi. Zhuge Yingfeng was startled. A spiritual fan appeared in his hand, emitting a vast emperor's aura. The blue lightning sovereign glanced at it and withdrew his gaze. That spiritual fan was about to become a divine artifact, but now it was really a divine artifact. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuge Yingfeng held the spiritual fan in his hand and poured all his true essence into it. He kept fanning it toward Yi Xiaoning. Immediately, violent and destructive gale erupted in the distance. In an instant, the area within a 1,000-mile radius had become a zone of destructive gale. The layers of 9 heavens, astral winds, were terrifying. If one were to casually step in, even a martial emperor would not be able to survive. Yi Xiaoning stopped in his tracks. The iron sword in his hand trembled violently, and a clear and deafening sword chime resounded. At this moment, in the hundreds of millions of spectating cultivators outside the arena, the swords of many sword cultivators trembled uncontrollably. The scene was extremely terrifying. Slash! Yi Xiaoning suddenly attacked. The iron sword in his hand slashed vertically and horizontally in front of him, turning into a cross-shaped sword light. The cross-shaped sword light flashed in the void and disappeared. The layers of destructive gale were immediately cut open, creating a cross-shaped space that was hundreds of feet wide. Qi, Zhuge Yingfeng, who was holding the spiritual fan, had just sensed it when he was hit by the cross-shaped sword light that seemed to have traveled through the void. However, he was not injured. The reason was very simple. The blue lightning sovereign had attacked and sealed the cross-shaped sword light. The result was naturally Yi Xiaoning's strong victory. This battle was fierce. However, Zhuge Yingfeng did not leave a deep impression and did not cause a scene as shocking as when Qin Yu defeated Kong Bitao. The 19th battle of the 82nd round, Qin Yu versus Xianyuan Chixing. This was another battle of the top 10. The two sides of the battle were still newcomers and the older generation of Heaven's prides who could not participate in the next round. This once again made countless onlookers watch the battle intently. Xianyuan Chixing was ranked 21st in the last round, 3 ranks higher than Kong Bitao. Would Qin Yu be able to defeat another Heaven's pride of the last round? This kind of suspenseful battle was the most exciting to the onlookers. Li Fire Divine Body, Li Fire Divine Path. Xianyuan Chixing had the Li Fire Divine Body and cultivated the Li Fire Divine Power. As soon as the battle began, Xianyuan Chixing activated the Li Fire Divine Power with all his might, and his vast true essence turned into a sea of fire. The Li Fire Divine Power seemed like a flame that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth, but it would be a big mistake to treat it as a spiritual fire. Therefore, Qin Yu did not fight with the golden flame heaven incinerating fire like he did with Yi Tianyu. This time, Qin Yu charged head-on. The 9 underworlds dragon seal in his palm activated, and the sky splitter spear materialized and blasted out with vast divine power. The divine spear not only contained the slaughter great Tao and the chaos great Tao, but also the power of the sealing divine light. Under the enhancement of the 4 powers, Xianyuan Chixing was completely suppressed and could only defend. This scene caused many of the spectators who were looking forward to this battle to be stunned on the spot. Xianyuan Chixing was not even as good as Kong Bitao under Qin Yu. Qin Yu's battle strength was strong enough to easily crush the top 10? Didn't that mean that Qin Yu was strong enough to fight with Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi? After this possibility spread, all the surrounding martial artists started a heated discussion. Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi were too strong. Therefore, when the ranking competition started, everyone thought that they would take 1st and 2nd place. But now, Qin Yu, this anomaly jumped out. Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi's 1st and 2nd place were probably not so stable anymore. Rumble. The long spear pierced violently like a dragon, and the void exploded like waves. The battle ended very quickly. Without surprise, Qin Yu won in a domineering manner. Now, Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning were already ranked 3rd and 4th. As for whether or not they could charge into 1st and 2nd place, that would depend on luck. Round 85, Yi Xiaoning versus Jin Wushuang. After another 3 rounds, the top 10 battle appeared again. Everyone's anticipation for this battle far exceeded all of Yi Xiaoning's previous battles. After all, Jin Wushuang was a genuine veteran prodigy powerhouse, not someone who just rose up this year like Zhuge Qingfeng. Chapter 398. Ancient War Monarch Body. Jin Wushuang stepped onto the stage with a serious expression. A vast fighting spirit erupted from his body and swept through the clouds, as if an ancient war god had reappeared in the world. Although Yi Xiaoning was not like Qin Yu, who had defeated the older generation experts of the top 10, Yi Xiaoning was still a genius. However, the sword aura that Yi Xiaoning exuded made Jin Wushuang extremely fearful. He had to go all out. Yi Xiaoning's expression was as cold as ever. He took a step forward and crossed hundreds of meters, rushing toward Jin Wushuang like a ghost. The rusty iron sword was filled with sword patterns, and the sword chime shook the sky. The bright and cold sword aura tore through the sky like a storm. Heaven fighting fist. Jin Wushuang roared, and the ancient patterns on his fists were filled with inextinguishable fighting spirit. Bang! Bang! Lin Fan punched out with both fists. Streaks of terrifying fist radiance tore through the air like meteors. Bang! The bright sword aura collided with the terrifying fist aura, and the fist aura was torn apart by the sword aura. The power of the two was not on the same level at all. So powerful! Jin Wushuang's pupils shrank, and he could not hide his shock. He had known that Yi Xiaoning's sword aura was extremely terrifying. However, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. His inextinguishable sword intent was like a piece of cloth in front of the sword aura, and was easily torn apart. Swoosh! A figure pierced through the sky, and the bright sword aura shone like stars. As soon as Jin Wushuang sensed it, his body shook violently and he flew back hundreds of meters. There was a bloody wound on his body. Yi Xiaoning wins, the Blue Lightning Sovereign said. Jin Wushuang did not react to Yi Xiaoning's attack at all. If Yi Xiaoning had attacked a fatal spot, Jin Wushuang would have died without a doubt. After the battle, the audience was in a heated discussion. They thought that Jin Wushuang could test Yi Xiaoning's strength. However, Jin Wushuang was defeated in 2 moves. This situation was much easier than when Xian Yuan went and fought him. Many people could see that Yi Xiaoning seemed to be getting stronger quickly. That kind of strength was not a breakthrough in cultivation, but a control of the way of the sword. Previously, Yi Xiaoning had crushed Xian Yuan Wentian with a sword explosion that covered an area of 3,000 meters. Just now, he used a sword light to pierce through Jin Wushuang. This was not because Jin Wushuang was weaker than Xian Yuan Wentian. Instead, it was because Yi Xiaoning's control over the way of the sword was becoming increasingly terrifying. The sword power contained in that sword ray was not any weaker than the 1,000 feet sword explosion from before. Round 86. Qin Yu versus Zheng Qingtian. After a few more rounds of challenges, Qin Yu once again encountered the heavenly imperial palace's archenemy, the sacrificial evil celestial dynasty. Although Zheng Qingtian was not a descendant of the royal family of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, he was not a descendant of the royal family. However, in the sacrificial evil god dynasty, his status was on par with Kong Bitao's, and he was conferred the title of Divine Son. Previously, Crown Prince Kong Bitao had been easily defeated by Qin Yu and had even been severely injured. Now, the Divine Son Zheng Qingtian was facing off against Qin Yu. Everyone was looking forward to it. Divine Evil Spirit Seal. After Zheng Qingtian entered the battle, he was not in a hurry to attack. His hands quickly formed seals at a speed so fast that it was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, an ancient seal filled with an extremely fast evil aura was formed between Zheng Qingtian's hands. Crack! Qin Yu arrived in the air. The purple thunder dragon seal appeared in his palm. It was faintly discernible. Judging from the fluctuations, Zheng Qingtian's Tao of cultivation was of the same origin as Kong Bitao's. Since they were both sacrificial evil Tao, Qin Yu naturally had to counter it with the Tao of lightning. After forming the divine seal, Zheng Qingtian held the seal in his right hand and rushed toward Qin Yu. The moment he rushed out, an ancient seal vaguely appeared between Zheng Qingtian's eyebrows. That is, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes as if he had discovered something. Evil spirit sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Qingtian had already rushed in front of Qin Yu. The evil ancient seal turned into a ray of light and shot toward Qin Yu. Wherever the ancient seal passed, countless ripples appeared in the void. It was as if even the void would collapse because of it. Kakik! Just as the evil ancient seal was about to attack Qin Yu, the faintly discernible ancient seal between Zheng Qingtian's eyebrows suddenly charged out and merged with the evil ancient seal. Immediately after, a series of bone-chilling strange laughter rang out. The evil ancient seal exploded with a loud bang. An evil shadow suddenly pounced out from within, bringing with it a vast and mighty evil spirit aura. It bombarded toward Qin Yu from all directions. The evil spirit aura covered a radius of 100 miles, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Great! Among the top 50 geniuses, an excited cheer suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Kong Bitao, whose aura was still faintly weak. He was extremely excited. Outsiders didn't know what kind of secret technique Zheng Qingtian used, but Kong Bitao knew it clearly. Zheng Qingtian didn't have the imperial bloodline of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, but he was titled as the Divine Son because he had merged with the soul of an ancient evil spirit. The sacrificial evil god dynasty had been trying to awaken the ancient evil spirit. In addition to making the evil spirit's bloodline return to its ancestral roots, there was another way, which was to awaken the evil spirit's soul. Therefore, Zhang Qingtian, who had merged with the soul of an ancient evil spirit, was not below Kong Bitao status. Now that Zhang Qingtian had sacrificed the soul of an ancient evil spirit, even if Qin Yu had the berserk divine lightning, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop it. This was because the soul of an ancient evil spirit was a soul astral body. Kiki. But in the next moment, the strange laughter that made people's hair stand on end suddenly turned into a scream of horror. The crowd still didn't understand what had happened. Zhang Qingtian's expression was cold, and his hands were constantly changing seals as he used a secret technique. His eyes suddenly popped out, and his gaze was dull. Then he fell down like a piece of wood. His originally powerful aura immediately weakened, like a candle that was about to go out, and he could die at any time. Following Zhang Qingtian's collapse, the evil spirit qi that covered the sky and earth immediately disappeared. Qin Yu's figure was revealed. He was safe and sound. For some unknown reason, the evil figure that had originally appeared also disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? Kong Bitao, who was originally extremely excited, had a ferocious look on his face, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. With a flash of lightning, the Blue Thunder Emperor appeared beside Zhang Qingtian. After sensing it slightly, a strange look appeared on the Blue Thunder Emperor's face. Zhang Qingtian's Emperor soul had been shattered for some unknown reason. This surprised the Blue Thunder Emperor a little. Qin, you shouldn't have used a soul Dao secret technique on Zhang Qingtian. Could it be because of the evil spirit soul that Qin Yu had just erased? Although he was surprised, the Blue Thunder Emperor didn't stop and directly sent Zhang Qingtian to the area where the emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty were gathered. The emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty immediately checked carefully. Immediately, all of their faces became extremely gloomy and ferocious, and monstrous evil qi soared to the sky. The soul of the ancient evil spirit that Zhang Qingtian had merged with had disappeared. This blow was not small, and it could even be said that it was enough to affect their foundation. Chapter 399. What's going on? Zhang Qingtian can't fight anymore? No way. What happened just now? Both the spectators and the participating prodigies were discussing among themselves, not knowing what had happened. Soon, the Blue Lightning Emperor announced that Zhang Qingtian couldn't fight anymore and that he would lose all his battles from now on. This announcement made countless gazes turn to Qin Yu. They couldn't hide their shock and fear. He had the means to make the top 10 prodigies lose their ability to fight. Qin Yu's strength was a bit too frightening. Qin Yu ignored those gazes and left the arena. Zhang Qingtian's soul had merged with the ancient evil spirit soul. When Qin Yu used the soul-devouring curse to kill the ancient evil spirit soul, Zhang Qingtian's soul was naturally injured. In fact, his injuries were far worse than Kong Bitao's. It was unknown whether he could wake up. Consecutively defeating the top 10 veteran prodigies with ease, everyone's anticipation of Qin Yu challenging Wan Tianya's Wu Wuti also increased. Judging from Qin Yu's current attacks, the rest of the top 10 prodigies were Wu Wuti. Only Wu Wuti and Wu Wuti were qualified to be Qin Yu's opponents. The 92nd round, Yi Xiaoning versus Wu Wuti. After several rounds of battles, Yi Xiaoning met the two heroes of the 10,000 martial sect first, then Qin Yu. This time, Yi Xiaoning didn't give up like he did during the elimination round. In fact, Yi Xiaoning had been showing off since the start of the ranking battles. He was invincible. Many people guessed that Yi Xiaoning's goal was to be number 1. Begin. As soon as the Blue Lightning Emperor's voice fell, Yi Xiaoning crossed the void and slashed with his sword. His attacks were the same as before. It was as if Wu Wuti was no different from Shen Yuan Wentian and Jin Wushuang in his eyes. Ha! It looks like you've underestimated me. Wu Wuti chuckled when he saw this. Waves of soul-crushing wind and thunder sounded from his body. Immediately after, violent and destructive winds and thunderbolts suddenly exploded. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles had turned into a world of wind and thunder. The destructive wind and thunder were wreaking havoc in this world. The power of wind and thunder vibrated and amplified each other, creating a vast might. Chila! Amidst the mighty wind and lightning, resplendent sword light flickered as Yi Xiaoning stepped out in the air. But at this moment, Wu Wuti had already disappeared. Of course, he didn't really disappear. However, Wu Wuti's entire body transformed into a bolt of wind and thunder, blending into the wind and thunder of the world. That was why it looked like it had disappeared. Not only does the Tao of wind and thunder possess a destructive power, but it also possesses a speed that can be counted with one's fingers. Even though Yi Xiaoning has comprehended a supreme sword might, if a rank 9 martial emperor commented. However, before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. Hundreds of millions of light swords exploded from Yi Xiaoning's body, shooting out in all directions. Wherever the light sword passed, the raging storm and thunderstorm were immediately shattered, and the world became empty. Wu Wuti's advantage immediately vanished. Puchi, a figure emerged from the vanishing storm. It was Wu Wuti. A sword wound appeared on Wu Wuti's right arm, and blood flowed out. Yi Xiaoning's sudden explosion of hundreds of millions of light swords had injured him. Fortunately, his injury wasn't serious. However, Wu Wuti's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Even Wan Tianya's expression gradually turned solemn. It seemed that Yi Xiaoning's true strength had only begun to be displayed at this moment. Martial God's bloodline, divine blood berserk! Wu Wuti shouted, and waves of berserk blood energy erupted from his body. His aura immediately skyrocketed. Wu Wuti's cultivation had already reached the peak of rank 7 martial emperor, and now his martial god's bloodline had erupted. His aura was so strong that even many of the older rank 8 martial emperors on the battle stage felt their hearts palpitate. The current Wu Wuti definitely possessed the strength to fight against them, martial shattering the firmament. There was a deafening explosion as Wu Wuti used an ancient mystic technique and punched out. The destructive shockwave shook heaven and earth, and countless cracks appeared in the Sumer world. Imperial sword, kill! Yi Xiaoning's gaze became sharper as he formed hand seals. The rusty iron sword floated above his head, and a crisp and ear-splitting sword hum sounded. It was as if an ancient sword emperor had returned. Swoosh! In the next instant, the iron sword shook and turned into a ray of light, flashing through the void. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Wu Wuti's fist was ferocious, and his aura was incomparably fierce. The rusty iron sword pierced through both his fist and his body, and his divine fist exploded. As for Wu Wuti, a bloody hole appeared in his abdomen. However, neither the divine fist nor the hole in Wu Wuti's body were caused by the iron sword. The rusty iron sword was suppressed by an azure lightning beast when it was still several feet away from Yi Xiaoning. Even so, the sword energy on the iron sword still pierced through the void. Not only did it shatter Wu Wuti's attack, but it also pierced through his body. With a single strike, Wu Wuti was seriously injured. Wu Wuti was actually defeated. This, looking at the bloodied Wu Wuti, whose aura was incomparably weak, the crowd was shocked. Even the original discussion gradually disappeared at this moment. This battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Wu Wuti, who had always been ranked second, had been defeated by Yi Xiaoning with a single strike, sword-wielding art. Amidst the crowd's shock, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. The sword-wielding art was a secret technique of the divine sword sect, one of the top 10 ancient divine sections. However, ever since the primordial era was destroyed, this secret technique had been completely lost. Looking at all the ancient books, there were only records of it from the primordial era. Who would have thought that this divine sword technique would fall into Yi Xiaoning's hands? This made Qin even more certain that this guy was the reincarnation of the Sky Burier, Sword Immortal. Although he didn't know why Yi Xiaoning hadn't used the Sky Burier sword technique, he still didn't know. I'm afraid his combat strength is no weaker than yours. Be careful. Wu Wudi, who had used a secret technique to suppress his injuries, left the arena and transmitted a message to Wan Tinya. Don't worry, he will be defeated by me. Wan Tinya's gaze was steady, but his aura was incomparably fierce, shattering the winds and clouds of myriad worlds. Even if Yi Xiaoning had the strength to easily defeat Wu Wudi, he was still full of confidence. No one in this batch of youths would be his match. 93 RD round. Qin Yu versus Wan Tinya. In this round, the heat of the battle between Yi Xiaoning and Wu Wudi had yet to pass. Another battle of the pinnacle was ushered in. The atmosphere immediately exploded. The strongest newcomer versus the strongest senior. This battle was even more exciting than the battle between Yi Xiaoning and Wu Wudi. Countless gazes looked at Qin Yu, wondering if Qin Yu would accept the battle. Everyone present could see that the current Wan Tinya was definitely not to be trifled with. Ever since Wu Wudi was defeated, Wan Tinya's aura had clearly become more and more ferocious. Previously, the prodigies who had challenged him had all forfeited. If Qin Yu accepted the battle, he would definitely be attacked by Wan Tinya's violent attacks. Chapter 400. Whoosh! However, Qin Yu, without the slightest hesitation, leapt onto the stage. Qin Yu did not have much interest in the spiritual state's war rankings, number 1. However, Yi Xiaoning's goal was obviously to obtain number 1. This made Qin Yu slightly concerned. This celestial Qilin city was able to cause the good fortune immortal seal to tremble. Yi Xiaoning was a reincarnator, regardless of who he was, since he was so interested in the number 1 spot on the war ranking. Qin Yu naturally had to fight with him. Qin Yu naturally wants to fight for it too. This is a good opportunity to test Yi Xiaoning's ability. Wan Tinya's figure flashed as he crossed the sky and appeared on the stage. The ferocious aura emitted from his body was like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. Looking at your previous battles, you should still be holding back. However, you are no match for me. Come and challenge me in the next war ranking. Wan Tinya formed a fist with his right hand. The great Tao of heaven and earth and boundless true energy condensed within his right fist. The ripples that were emitted caused even the air to feel a little sticky. Many martial emperors' eyes twitched when they saw this. Wan Tinya's control of the great Tao's energy was actually not overflowing in the slightest. This was something that only a peak rank 8 or rank 9 martial emperor could do. Could it be that Wan Tinya had surpassed rank 7 and entered rank 8 martial emperor in 3 years? If rank 5 martial emperor and rank 6 martial emperor were to be said to be a dividing line, then rank 6 martial emperor and rank 6 martial emperor were to be considered as a dividing line. Then from rank 7 to rank 8 was an abyss. Otherwise, rank 8 and rank 9 martial emperors would not be called peak martial emperors. Next war ranking? Oh! Qin Yu laughed. 3 years later, he would no longer be in this kind of money pit. 9 Divine King Fists. Wan Tinya did not mind Qin Yu's expression. Since Qin Yu had already stepped onto the stage, he would naturally not shrink back from the battle. When his aura reached its peak, Wan Tinya shouted. Like a bolt from the blue, a deafening explosion sounded in the sky. Immediately, Wan Tinya was like a rainbow piercing through the sun as he punched towards Qin Yu with a boundless fist aura. The void shattered as 9 dazzling fists of divine light that were as bright as the sun blasted out like stars chasing after the sun. Azure dragon battling the heavens. Indestructible stone emperor seal. The instant Wan Tinya blasted out, Qin Yu already made his move. His cultivation immediately skyrocketed, and an intense light filled his eyes. An ancient seal that was 10 feet in size condensed around him. However, around the ancient seal, a figure of 1,000 feet appeared. It looked as if the ancient Stone Emperor had reappeared, holding the indestructible Stone Emperor seal in his hand. Rumble! 9 rays of divine light suddenly bombarded Chinyu, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Violent fluctuations that could destroy heaven and earth raged between heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. He actually blocked it. After the countless onlookers were shocked by Wan Tianya's frightening fighting strength, they discovered something. The indestructible Stone Emperor seal around Qin Yu only trembled violently before it blocked the 9 fists of destruction. This caused the bystanders to be even more astonished. One should know that the ancient frost demon, who had merged with the soul of the ancient demon god, was defeated by Wan Tianya's punch. Qin Yu, who was only a rank 2 martial emperor, was actually able to block it without suffering any injuries. How could the defense of the indestructible Stone Emperor seal be so powerful? Compared to the previous battle, it seemed to be on a completely different level. Rank 6 martial emperor? However, soon, someone came back to their senses. They immediately discovered that Qin Yu's cultivation was no longer that of a rank 5 martial emperor. Instead, it had reached rank 6 martial emperor. Since that's the case, his defense is simply too frightening. Indeed, Sun Shiyu has also used the indestructible divine seal. However, compared to Shinfeng, the power of the two is on a completely different level. In that case, Shenfeng's status in the Heavenly Imperial Palace is above Sun Shiyu's. If that's the case, Wan Tianya will have no choice but to undo the seal. Amen. With the defense of the divine seal, if Wan Tianya were to suppress his cultivation and not go all out, Shenfeng would be in an undefeatable position. A series of discussions took place among the crowd. It seems that I've still underestimated you. This year's newcomers are indeed very powerful. However, this is still not your world. Wan Tianya was shocked to see Qin Yu blocking the 9 divine kings' fists head-on. However, this also aroused Wan Tianya's battle intent. Mysterious and ancient spirit runes covered Wan Tianya's body. It was like a divine rune battle armor. Especially on his forehead, there was an ancient spirit rune battle armor condensed into a silhouette. A might from the great desolate era engulfed the entire region. Rank 8 martial emperor. He actually really became a rank 8 martial emperor. His talent is simply too frightening. No one in the younger generation is a match for him. A true prodigy. After a moment of silence, bursts of shocked cries sounded non-stop. Although they had guessed that Wan Tianya had become a rank 8 martial emperor, they were still incomparably shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. After all, Wan Tianya was someone who could participate in the next spiritual state war ranking. With such talent, there was likely no one in the martial emperor generation in the spiritual state that could compare to him. Even Yi Xiaoning's expression changed a little. It was true that he was an emperor expert when he was alive. However, after reincarnation, no matter how strong he was, there was still a limit. Wan Tianya made him feel a bit of pressure. Of course, it was only a bit. Thinking of that, Yi Xiaoning couldn't help but look at Qin Yu. In the end, his gaze became serious. Facing Wan Tianya, who was a rank 8 martial emperor, Qin Yu's expression didn't change in the slightest. It wasn't only Yi Xiaoning who noticed Qin Yu's expression. Wu Wuti knew Wan Tianya's strength very well. Thus, he was paying attention to Qin Yu's reaction. When he saw Qin Yu's calm expression, for some unknown reason his heart sank. A trace of a bad premonition emerged. Could it be that Qin Yu was still hiding his strength? It seems that I will have to go all out. Seeing Wan Tianya, whose aura was as dazzling as the sun, Qin Yu smiled. Go all out. Wan Tianya's brows slightly twitched. However, his gaze suddenly became serious. he saw that Qin Yu's cultivation had actually increased again. It directly broke through rank 6 Martial Emperor and entered rank 7 Martial Emperor. When Qin Yu was a rank 1 Martial Emperor, the Azure Dragon battling the heavens was able to increase his cultivation to rank 6 Martial Emperor. Now that his cultivation had entered rank 2 Martial Emperor, the might of the Azure Dragon battling the heavens was naturally stronger. The countless spectators who were originally shocked by Wantinya's display of rank 8 Martial Emperor's cultivation were now deathly silent. Even those Emperor Realm experts revealed shocked expressions. There are countless secret techniques and divine abilities that could increase one's cultivation in the Heaven Domain. However, Qin Yu's increase from rank 2 Martial Emperor to rank 7 Martial Emperor was extremely rare even in the entire Heaven Domain. Every single one of them was a famous divine technique in the history of the Heaven Domain. However, the divine technique that Qin Yu used and the aura rippling from his body didn't match any of the known divine techniques. Could it be that it was newly researched by the Heaven Emperor Palace? Chapter 401. Of course, those Emperor Realm experts were only surprised. The greater the amplification of a secret technique, the greater the price one had to pay. Many people even felt that it was unwise for Qin Yu to use that kind of secret technique in a moment of danger. Such a secret technique could only be used at a crucial moment. Even though the heavenly imperial palaces, Shi Tiangang, and the others did not know where Qin Yu's secret technique came from, they all had the same thought. Unfortunately, they did not know that Qin Yu only consumed dragon aura when he used the Azure Dragon Heaven battling. As for dragon aura, to Qin Yu, who had already subdued 2 dragons, no matter how much it consumed, he could still afford it. Exactly what is the origin of this brat? Yi Xiaoning, who originally felt some pressure from Wan Tianya, could not help but reveal astonishment in his eyes. Before he had awakened his memories, he had fought against Qin Yu. Thus, he had some impression of Qin Yu's secret technique. But now, the amplification of this secret technique had completely exceeded his expectations. When he was a martial ancestor, his cultivation could be amplified by several levels. When he was a martial emperor, his cultivation could also be amplified by several levels. Then, what about after he became a martial emperor? Thinking of this, a trace of light flashed through Yi Xiaoning's eyes. Did you think that you would be able to handle me after increasing your cultivation to rank 7 martial emperor? Although Wan Tianya was astonished by Qin Yu's secret technique, he did not feel the slightest bit of pressure. In his unsealed state, not to mention a rank 7 martial emperor that had only increased his cultivation to rank 7 martial emperor through the use of a secret technique. Even if a rank 8 martial emperor were to appear, he would not fear him in the slightest. We will only know whether or not I can handle you after we fight. Qin Yu smiled. The divine light on his body grew even denser. His aura was as vast as the ocean and unfathomable. I'm really curious as to where your confidence comes from. Wan Tianya laughed loudly. His figure flashed, and like a blazing sun, he instantly appeared before Qin Yu. His fists, which contained the power of the great Tao of destruction, were like 2 mountains as they smashed forward. They emitted a might capable of crushing heaven and earth. As his cultivation base was unsealed, Wan Tianya executed the God King's 9 fists again. It was as though he was reborn. The 9 underworld's dragon seal appeared in Qin Yu's palm. Numerous pitch-black dragon patterns spread out and covered the Sky Splitter Spear. The Sky Splitter Spear, which flickered with divine light, seemed to have materialized, as if it was a real ancient divine weapon. Boom! Boom! The fist and the spear collided with each other, causing a series of deafening explosions. Along with the berserk and destructive quintessential essence and great Tao, they wreaked havoc in the world. Qin Yu and Wan Tianya's speeds were extremely swift, and they were like 2 bolts of lightning that collided in the sky. Killing moves were executed successively as they unfolded an intense battle. The Emperor realm masters of the 10,000 martial sect and the heavenly imperial palace were all quite nervous when they saw this kind of killing technique. It looked like they were even more nervous than the two people fighting on the stage. Boom! When Wan Tianya sent out another divine fist, it was shattered by Qin Yu's mountain river seal and the sky-splitting divine spear. Wan Tianya quickly retreated and pulled apart the distance between him and Qin Yu. He looked at Qin Yu with a grave expression. Originally, he thought that even if Qin Yu increased his cultivation to rank 7 martial emperor, he would still be able to suppress him. But when they truly fought, he discovered that Qin Yu's increase in cultivation wasn't just a simple one. His combat techniques and divine abilities had all been raised by several levels, especially the War Emperor transformation. The transformation of various ancient divine weapons made him feel suppressed. He felt as if he had a body full of power but had nowhere to use it. I never thought that I would be forced to this point by you. In the next moment, Wan Tianya, who was looking at Qin Yu with a grave expression, emitted a terrifying aura. The boundless aura was like an ancient beast that was quietly awakening. Countless people felt their hearts palpitate. Divine King bloodline. A strange light flashed in the blue lightning emperor's eyes. Compared to 3 years ago, Wan Tianya's divine king aura was even more powerful. If this continued, Wan Tianya might revert back to his ancestral state and become an ancient divine king. Unrivaled divine king. Wan Tianya shouted as his divine king bloodline awakened. Without any superfluous movements, he directly shot a punch at Qin Yu from the sky. A divine seal filled with boundless divine might broke through the sky. Following that, the void exploded inch by inch, creating a long, chaotic, and shattered region. Whoosh! Qin Yu wasn't afraid. He became one with the spear and broke through the sky with unrivaled might. The instant he rushed out, a layer of purple lightning revolved around the sky, splitting divine spear. Under the purple lightning, there were also pitch-black dragon marks spreading. Kacha! In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu, who was one with the spear, collided with the boundless divine seal. After the two of them were in a deadlock for a moment, a crisp kacha sound was heard. Then, under Wan Tianya's shocked and disbelieving gaze, the sky-splitting divine spear was pierced. The sky-splitting divine spear pierced through the divine seal and turned into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The instant the sky-splitting divine spear shattered the divine seal, the sky-splitting divine spear pierced towards Wan Tianya with world-destroying might. Wan Tianya, who had just used the unrivaled divine king's ultimate move, seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. His aura was clearly much weaker, and even his reaction was slower by half a beat. Bang! Just as the sky-splitting divine spear was about to kill Wan Tianya, lightning flashed. The Azure Lightning Emperor made his move. An azure lightning beast bit the sky-splitting divine spear, preventing it from advancing any further. With Kong Bitao as a precedent, the Azure Lightning Emperor took extra care of Qin Yu. He directly used his Dao power to suppress Qin Yu. Shenfeng wins. Naturally, the Azure Lightning Emperor's move also meant that Wan Tianya was defeated. Even after the Azure Lightning Emperor's announcement, Wan Tianya's eyes were still filled with unconcealable shock. Not to mention Wan Tianya, even the countless spectators in the surroundings were incomparably silent. This was probably the only battle that didn't have the slightest bit of discussion after it ended. This was also very normal. After all, Wan Tianya had awakened his divine king bloodline and used his ultimate move at the end. Even those martial emperors of the older generation, who had been rank 8 martial emperors for hundreds of years, felt a chill run down their spines. They had thought that Wan Tianya would undoubtedly win, but in the end, Qin Yu had easily shattered Wan Tianya's attack. Such a huge contrast made them feel disbelief. At this moment, in a remote corner of the spectators, there were 3 silhouettes calmly watching the outcome of the battle on the battle stage. The 3 people's gazes were incomparably indifferent. There were no fluctuations in their emotions. They were also not affected by Qin Yu defeating Wan Tinya. Such a monstrous existence actually appeared in this generation of the heavenly imperial palace. The more monstrous one's aptitude is, the more important it is to the heavenly imperial palace. If he dies, the heavenly imperial palace will definitely go crazy. Ever since the appearance of these peak forces, the four regions' forces have been restrained. Because of this, the spiritual state has become peaceful. It's also time to give them a reign of terror. How are the preparations in the middle state? They've already taken advantage of this heavenly ranking election to complete the plan. The doomsday of the heaven region. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. As the spectators gradually regained their senses, a huge commotion soared into the sky. The three silhouettes quietly left the crowd of onlooking martial artists. Chapter 402. Qin Yu defeated Wan Tinya and became the strongest newcomer in history. This caused an uproar. Countless spectators were discussing fervently. No one noticed the disappearance of the three people. Right now, everyone was discussing two things. Could Yi Xiaoning be like Qin Yu and defeat Wan Tinya? If Yi Xiaoning could win, then between the two newcomers, Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning, who would be able to take first place and step onto the peak of the spiritual state's younger generation. Of course, if Yi Xiaoning's fighting strength was inferior to Wan Tinya, then Qin Yu would be number one without a doubt. Ever since he defeated Wan Tinya, Qin Yu had not been challenged by anyone in his subsequent battles. Ever since Yi Xiaoning defeated Wu Wudi, other than Gu Hanmo who challenged him, the other geniuses he met also gave up. 95th round, Qin Yu versus Yi Xiaoning. Following the Azure Lightning Emperor's announcement, the Sky Chi city that was filled with over 100 million cultivators became deathly silent. Yi Xiaoning had yet to meet Wan Tinya, and he was going to have a showdown with Qin Yu? When they saw Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning leaping onto the stage, the originally deathly silent Sky Chi city was suddenly filled with heated discussions. The showdown between the two newcomers completely ignited the Sky Chi city's cultivators. Begin. When the battle started, Yi Xiaoning, as usual, directly slashed with his sword. Numerous rays of resplendent sword aura were unceasing. They turned into a sword net and enveloped Qin Yu. They were trying to strangle him to death. Qin Yu's cultivation directly rose to rank 7 martial emperor. Following that, dense divine light flickered on his body. Hundreds of divine light clones covered the entire sky. Every clone, from their appearance to their cultivation, were exactly the same. It was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Yi Xiaoning's gaze focused, and his sword aura swept out. The sword aura that originally formed a sword net all changed direction and explosively slashed towards a certain figure. With a loud explosion, the figure was immediately pulverized. Yi Xiaoning lightly exclaimed and immediately slashed towards the left with the iron sword in his hand. The sound of swords clashing against each other rang out, accompanied by intense sparks. On Yi Xiaoning's left, a long spear made of divine light, carrying with it a destructive power, violently pierced the rusty iron sword. It was Qin Yu. That move just now was a technique of the sealing divine light, phantom displacement. Within a certain range, you can change positions with any of your avatars. But once you change positions, the other avatars will disappear. The power of this move was needless to say. Even Yi Xiaoning, the samsara traveler, was unable to see through it even though he managed to defend himself in time. Seal. The moment the attack was blocked, sealing divine light spread out from the sky, splitting divine spear, sealing the mysterious sword runes that appeared on the metal sword. Qila. Yi Xiaoning's wrist shook. Streaks of pale white sword radiance shot out from the sword, and the sealing divine light was immediately pierced through by the white sword radiance. Qin, you naturally wouldn't let Yi Xiaoning escape just like that. The sky-splitting divine spear suddenly dissipated, turning into 10 chains made of divine light and spirit runes that wrapped around the iron sword. At the same time, Qin Yu suddenly struck out with his left palm, and a dazzling beam of starlight pierced through the void. The corners of Yi Xiaoning's eyes twitched slightly, and he immediately abandoned his sword to dodge the starlight. Yi Xiaoning abandoned his sword. It seems that Shen Feng is still stronger. Indeed, a sword cultivator's strength will be greatly reduced without his sword. Countless spectators who were closely watching the battle began to discuss spiritedly when they saw this scene. Yi Xiaoning had been suppressed to the point that he had even abandoned his sword after just the beginning of the battle. The strength of the two seemed to have already been determined. But then an unexpected scene appeared. The iron sword that was wrapped and sealed by the rune iron sword let out a crisp sword cry. The rusty spots on it automatically fell off, and wisps of destructive sword qi rose like mist. The rune iron chains that Qin Yu had condensed with the sealing divine light immediately cracked inch by inch. Qin Yu loosened his right hand, and the iron sword automatically returned to Yi Xiaoning's body. A divine artifact? Qin Yu looked down, and his eyes flashed slightly. A shallow sword mark appeared in his palm. Even with his dragon god tyrant body's defense, it had actually been broken by the destructive sword qi just now. With such power, that iron sword could only be a divine artifact. To be precise, it was a sealed divine artifact. Otherwise, it would not have been able to hide from the eyes of those Emperor Realm Masters. Imperial sword, kill! Yi Xiaoning formed a seal with both hands. The rusty iron sword fell off as if it had been reforged, and mysterious sword runes surrounded it. It immediately turned into a sword light and slashed through the air. It was the Imperial sword technique that had severely injured Wu Wudi. Divine firmament whirled, extinguishing thunder. Qin Yu was naturally prepared, and the Thunder Dragon Seal and 9 Nether Dragon Seal both glowed. The two divine abilities of the dragon race merged into the sky-splitting divine spear. The long spear pierced through the air and collided with the iron sword that was as fast as lightning. Qin Yu's body shook violently, and cracks appeared on the sky-splitting divine spear. However, it managed to block the Imperial sword technique. Clang! Qin Yu's right hand shook, and the iron sword that was slashing at him was immediately sent flying by the sky-splitting divine spear. At this moment, Qin Yu became one with his spear and turned into a ray of light that appeared in front of Yi Xiaoning. He was so fast that even the iron sword that was returning at top speed could not catch up. It was the Tao of extreme speed. Space? No, this is the power of space-time. A look of horror flashed in Yi Xiaoning's eyes. The power emanating from Qin Yu's long spear contained the power of space-time, and it affected the void around him as if he had fallen into a swamp. Ancient space-time slaughter array. Qin Yu stared at Yi Xiaoning. An ancient spirit array appeared at the tip of the cold spear and enveloped Yi Xiaoning. This move not only contained the All Heavens slaughter array and space-time mystic power, but also the power of 9 Hells purgatory and the divine firmament world-destroying lightning. Its power was more than 100 times stronger than before. After all, not only was Qin Yu's cultivation level stronger, but his dragon soul's understanding of space-time mystic power had also deepened. If Yi Xiaoning did not show his true strength, he would definitely not be able to block this move. Even the Azure Lightning the Arch, who was acting as the referee, had his lightning Tao art fluctuating slightly, as if he was ready to attack at any time. You do have some skills, but this is the end of it. Yi Xiaoning was shocked, but did not panic. A pitch-black sword shadow floated in the depths of his eyes. A trace of sword intent that seemed to be able to cross the universe spread out. Sky-burying sword intent. Qin Yu's entire body turned cold, and his hair stood on end. A sense of deadly danger appeared. However, Qin Yu was not surprised at all. Instead, he was excited. Indeed, Yi Xiaoning was sky-burying sword immortal reincarnation. He had finally confirmed it. this aura. Just as Yi Xiaoning was about to attack, he seemed to sense something, and his expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, his 2 fingers formed a sword and slashed through the void in front of him. Immediately, a several dozen-foot-wide spatial crack appeared in the void. An ancient, desolate, and ancient aura soared into the sky from the spatial crack. At this moment, Yi Xiaoning and Qin Yu were immediately swallowed by the spatial crack. However, the azure lightning arch, who was beside them, was sent flying by the vast, desolate aura and was unable to approach the spatial crack. Swoosh! Almost at this moment, a figure flashed through the sky like lightning. It actually passed through the restriction above Skychi City and appeared on the battle arena. If Qin Yu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the person who had appeared was Xing Luo.